Hello and welcome back to Week in Review with the one and only Doovid. I'm your host, Jen, Church of Entropy. Happy to be here today for the show and looking forward to everything we'll be able to talk about this week. Whoops, I'm trying to get Doovid on the main screen here. Oh, that didn't work. All right, I'll keep playing around with it. I'm just working with StreamYards for the first time here. Unfortunately, my normal setup is in the shop. It should be fixed soon. I will be. There we go. I will be doing a show this week through StreamYards. It looks like my audio is coming through on the other channel there. Okay, so Doovid. Had a lot of exciting stuff happen this week. I had my debate. You had somebody make a video about a chess game that you played with them. I'm sure we'll have lots to talk about, and I'm really looking forward to it. I also have news about my quantum periodic table model subsequent to my conversation that I'm not sure if everyone caught it, but this was right after modern day debate. I had a post show, which unfortunately had to come down because some people just would rather put someone's channel in danger than participate in a normal conversation and talk about the things that this channel owner wants. So hopefully the lesson was learned there, but I doubt it. Over to you, Doovid, for the introductions.
Okay, great. Yeah, good to be back. I guess Jennifer had a pretty big week. Nothing super eventful my week. I'll do. Oki made a video. He beat me at a game of Crazy House, and I guess he was streaming. He made a clip of it. I'll show in a bit on my screen share. I'll do various news stories and different things that I did. So I think I was on Charles Moskowitz again this week, talking more about Israel. Like ironic, he's still calling me an anti-Semite. And I went to synagogue and I was like, I saw the former head of the APAC and went to argue with him, but see how that goes. We probably won't talk too much about Israel tonight. So we had a Thursday night debate prep for Jennifer. And actually, we didn't even finish going over my flow of the other debate. It just got so carried away, people trying to make points, and maybe we'll do that tonight. Maybe it makes sense, Jennifer. She does the layout if it gives me the majority of the screen, and you the little icon so people could see you're talking. If you're not,
I think it's better. It's just a full screen Doovid. And the audience, I'm sure they can figure it out when my voice chirps in. And now I've got you 100% on the screen, which I think is the best because you have an awesome layout there.
Okay, yeah. So Jennifer, I was thinking like 8, so I didn't completely prepare. Maybe I'll show some of my eBay this week if there's not. I started putting books up now, so I have more items up. Over 800 items, over $7,000 worth of merchandise up for sale now, and books. So might be more interesting to people. A lot of science fiction, some rare, some autographed, various collections. So it's kind of interesting. Do a few hours of work a day, maybe not even that much, but pretty good supplement income. And I'm even thinking of expanding. So feels good to work. Always encourage people to work, although maybe we'll discuss the karma of that. I think Luke Ford turned 55. Luke Ford had his 55th birthday this week, so happy birthday to Luke Ford. And we definitely have to talk, because like, unfortunately, Jennifer's only at 918 subs. So quantifiably, she gained less than 20 subs from her modern day debate performance. So I'll give my assessment on why she wasn't able to capitalize from the subs, and maybe we'll talk more about the value proposition, that you actually have to be speaking directly to the people. That what does it mean to speak directly to people in a way that even large crowds of people, in a way that you're kind of directly speaking to all of them, and then just the numbers. How come Jennifer wasn't able to capitalize on a pretty good appearance, and maybe because she didn't have backup for um, the post show. So we'll talk about that, and what went wrong, and what what would have a good post show looked like, in a sense, like that. She had hit the 1,000 subs and had a post show after. What would have good post show look like if it was even feasible? So like that'll be interesting to talk about. um JF, I think Jennifer is going to be on JF on Tuesday, right?
Yes, I think the last I heard from him, he wanted to bump it back an hour. So I think it's happening at, I want to say 6 p.m. Eastern, but check the channel on Odyssey there, and that'll be live on Tuesday.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if he's doing some sort of like deep dive on information theory, and information theory more from physics, hard science level, as opposed to like the value proposition information theory that I talk about. They're going to be talking more about quantum information theory, so that should be interesting. And obviously things are related, and like Jennifer, it's like the primal axiom, and so quantum information is more primal than hypothetical, although possibly not, like I said, from a dualist point of view. If you talk about the idea of information theory and say that the ideas don't actually derive from the quantum, there's nothing to do with each other, because the ideas of information theory and like the value proposition are not a function of the material realm, like quantum information theory, AI. And did you get those pictures? I have the pictures. Like I'll do a screen share, but I started reading a few books, getting back to my research, and I have some interesting diagrams on consciousness. We'll go more into chunking theory. I think Jennifer's starting to understand chunking theory better, and kind of mention like when I have my theories that I want to hypothesize, and I'll take elements of other theories and use them in my own theory. However, when I portray the theory, I like to try to portray the theory as correctly as possible to the person who proposed the theory. That if the person proposed it would say he correctly described, largely what the person was saying, and then added to that, I might have my own adaptation, because the assumptions that the theory rests upon, where I make different assumptions, and kind of like Ben Watkins said, the Hegelian synthesis. So hopefully we'll review some of that idea. We'll talk about why the Thursday night debate prep kind of was like a failure in terms of what is a good debate prep supposed to look like, and why is it so difficult for people, or even near impossible. And so hopefully we'll talk about that more. Jennifer caught me a little early, so why don't I let Jennifer talk a few minutes while I share this on social media, and I think of a chant, try to get a chant ready to do.
Hey guys, yeah, what I was hoping for, like I was pretty I don't know, after any debate I was always a bit like, I don't know, after you feel how you feel after you play sports or something, like you have a bit of a head rush, I guess. So it was I was a bit less, I didn't really regain my like peak focus for about maybe an hour. And my plan originally was to do like a 20-minute stream and screen share some articles from my blog. Just say like, yeah, if you want to learn about this, you can check it out here. Because like, I know how this stuff works. You got to read it. You got to go back and forth. You got to talk about it. Sort of have a talk with yourself about it. See if you agree with it. All this stuff. And then over time, it starts to either seem right and then you go with it, or doesn't float your boat and you go on to something else, right? Either way, it's a active process. So my hopes with people coming on to the show after the debate would be for them to ask questions. And then I could start the process of answering those questions, which was apparently such a horribly, impossibly hard standard to meet. And, I even had to remind people at one. So I think it started with Brundlefly came on, and he's his usual sort of belligerent self, which there was another guy who seemed cool who was Boy, and he came on and he seemed to be okay with Brundle, even though he's giving him a super hard time. And I was trying to like calm it down because it's like, I don't need Brundle to be my attack dog. He's like, not the type that could handle that job. You're not well liked. So it's like, don't bring that shit on me, please. Like, I'm trying to keep things calm and peaceable. So that was starting to go off the rails. And then this total piece of shit comes on and just starts insulting him. And so finally he's like, forget it, I'm gone. And this asshole just hijacks the stream and talk about total doom pilling bullshit. I think it was the other Gandalf. I don't know if you ever saw that guy. He's with that group of people that like, they all seem to be troublemakers. I was willing to give him a chance, but my God, they're immature, those people. And then Cade came on and I had to remind him like, no, I don't want to talk about your stupid fixation for the millionth time. It's not the place for that. Do you really have that much monomania that every time you go on a stream, you have to hijack the conversation and talk about conflict in the Middle East? It's like, do you have anything else going on in your life than resentment? I don't really need to, that's not what I want on this channel at all. I don't know when anybody got that impression. Just because I'm willing to talk to people with different opinions of me doesn't mean I want them bringing their baggage of lumping resentment to my channel. It is meant to be educational about, I would love to teach about all sorts of things, but sometimes it's hard to get the axioms for the more abstract things or the less familiar things. Science is familiar. You all know, at least in theory, what science is, so we can talk about that. And you can get a chance to learn a little more what science is, because it's easy to think that the results of science have some bearing on the method when that's only partly true. Science is a method. First and foremost, it's a way of looking at things, a way of systematizing data, and a progressive attempt to fine-tune a simplified version of reality, rich with archetypes, that isn't a perfect representation of reality, but the idea is to get some information that's reliable. Like when I was going through with Doooovid how I do chunking, the information is reliable. So I have a whole bunch of information I could take into my memory, and the exchange with a person tells me which of that information is going to be reliable. And that's about it. So I would love to just spend all the time people coming on the stream and me explaining things, because that's how you learn. I don't know how many times I have to say it, but apparently this was, absolutely inconceivable for a lot of people. And at some point in the stream, another guy came on and everybody left. And this guy seemed like he had training. Basically, like, I don't even know how to put it into words, but
the logically plausible.
He seemed like he had a script. It's like he had a list of things where it's like, okay, as soon as Jen talks, cut her off halfway through, insult her twice, and then throw out a false dichotomy to try to trip her up, to try to say yes to something to make her look bad. Because basically at first he was trying to get me to agree with his premise, and it's like, I'm like, it's not going to happen. Our axioms don't match up. And then he tried to get it so that it was impossible for me to disagree with his premise. And it's like, I wrote the book on that. You can't best me at my own rhetorical strategy. So it was largely a waste of time. And again, it's like this guy, he should really think about how much of my fucking time he wasted, what a narcissist he sounded like, and how absolutely meager his knowledge base is. He can't demonstrate that he knows anything. He can quote some studies and some books, but no one is convinced that this guy actually has answers. So you had the chance to come on to talk to someone who actually does have answers, and you wasted your opportunity in 3 hours So congratulations for that. All in all, there's almost nothing good about that post show, but I do appreciate the people that stuck it out and still sub to the channel. And hopefully, if people are interested in either taking part or being a witness to these conversations, have at it. That would be great. So, Doovid, are you ready to start us off?
Yeah, I guess maybe I'll do a Hindu chant, and I mean, I guess I made my point clear in how I'd look at maybe a Judea way that Jennifer would probably be best off to look at it as her own failure, and largely what happened was her own fault and her own failure, and I mean other people had bad character and also made mistakes, but my analysis is it was largely her own failure, and so
I should have just kicked Brundle and the other asshole right away. That's what I'm saying. Like, I wasn't in top form because I was just like, my reflexes weren't as fast. So I really should have kicked them when they were starting to be disagreeable, because I just can't. If I give them an inch, they'll take a mile, So it's like, all right, you're feral. Okay, I'll just deal with you as though you're feral.
Yeah, it probably just made you look uninteresting. That's why you got so few subs, like relatively. She got 100 subs easily. There were a few hundred live viewers, and probably had a few, good few thousand views already, and so the people watching, like, whatever that you're troubled, whatever reason, like you open your stream and you got a bunch of losers you're talking to, and so you could blame that on them or other people, but it just seems like whatever whatever she might have going on. I don't get it. Like, come for the post show, and here she is, like, just arguing with these losers, or however you look at it, and if it's like, if they are just losers, how come those are the people you're talking to? And I look for a party promoter type perspective. I mean, there's many ways, but I'm saying, like, you make events, people show up, like it's objective. Like, money's a good
I made
grade.
a mistake of thinking I could trust Brundle and that he'd have my back, but he sabotaged me as usual. So that's my own bad judgment, I guess.
Well, he may have been trying to help you because no one was coming on. I mean, really, it's probably your failure to be able to monologue, and so if you had someone semi-helpful that could have just been in your best interest to tell you what they thought, or try to encourage, like I said, be the doorman to your own channel, where just you're explaining to people what you do, who you are, and what you're trying to teach, and they're not there necessarily. You still have to win them over. Like, if you won them over enough from your performance to get them to come to look on your channel, then you have to explain to them why it's worthwhile to stick around. And then obviously that you get all of a sudden you're talking with Brundle in these trolls. It probably just didn't make any sense to anybody, or just like whatever interest that people had to check your channel after a little bit of your stream, it's just like, okay, this doesn't make any sense to me, and God forbid, that's why you only got 20 subs of it. So I mean, basically, if you had been able to monologue or just you even review or talk, and also like I said, like, your opinions of other people don't matter that much, and you could have just went over what happened, and try to calm yourself down, and you just recap what happened, and some of your arguments or what you were trying to do, or it's a very difficult science, and so you're going to be on JF on Tuesday talking about information theory, and I'm more focused on information theory from the value proposition, so that Jennifer, what she wants to do, the value proposition currently isn't there for people to want what she has to offer. So either she has to work on what it is that she's giving over, so the value proposition is in a way that people are going to come and just learn and teach, and she's going to teach math and physics and these ideas in a way that people are going to come and want to learn. But if there's no students signing up, there's not going to be a class, and then if you're going to just have like a chill or talk, and then it's very difficult. So this woman's my teacher, but this is how she is when she's not teaching, and let's talk like consistent and coherent. So hopefully we'll go over that more. I say I was disappointed you didn't hit 1,000 subs, and yeah, I mean it's unfortunate. Like Brundle, he didn't have it in him to just be helpful, and like I wouldn't expect him to have it in him. Unfortunately,
He's come
maybe
on streams before and not sabotaged them, but I guess if the conversation doesn't revolve around his little pet projects, he doesn't have the attention span for that.
he just didn't have it in him to be helpful and just like play a second fiddle to help you. And it may have been your fault or your previous bad karma, and like you didn't have anyone there. So like Brundle came on, and it's probably your expectations. Like you think your good performance. Hopefully, you're gonna get 1,000 subs. You're gonna be good people to talk to, and then here is Brundle, and it's like, oh man, it's Brundle. So you just go with it because like, what are you gonna tell your friends? Like you go to the party, you go to town, and you're telling people how cool you are, and then the first person you meet is someone you got beef with, and how are you going to explain that to your audience? And I probably would have just straight up explained it to the audience. I would like Brundle, like this is one of my trolls, like good qualities, and just kind of laid out, to explain to the audience who this guy was. And then I think you even tried to explain me. And it was like kind of pathetic. Neither you or Brundle was really able to give a reasonable, like explanation of who is Doooovid. Just like a simple, like Doovid's a guy who, likes debate intellectual topics and streaming and encouraging people to have intellectual conversations or something so Brundle was just like Doovid's
I didn't try. I tried to hand it over to Brundle to progress the conversation in a sane way, so it wasn't just me blabbing all the time. But obviously, that was a failure because I didn't realize that those people are feral. But I do now, so mission accomplished.
Well, we'll see. But hopefully Tuesday with JF will be a good opportunity for you to hit 1,000 subs, and maybe I'll be there to help. And I like being a nice guy. I like helping people. I dedicate, I don't do much. Like if someone invited me to a party, I would probably say no. But if someone I don't randomly just, people asking me to waste my time. But saying if someone needed my help, I would probably do it. And that's generally, even if I'm in pain and hurting, I like creating good karma. I like being nice to people. And that's a rarity. I don't think it was my natural trait. Maybe some women are more likely natural to be nice. I had to work at becoming nice. And
it's the opposite for me. I had to work at becoming not nice.
And what talk also I mentioned was that your help is no help. And, saying because people may want to help, but a lot of times like they don't know how to help, and they're attempting to help is largely negative. So you're saying you ascribe motive and say, okay, Brundle, Claire, Conops, really they want to help you. They just don't know how to help you. So they
like me, but they're dysfunctional people. So they're not in a position to help me.
Yeah. So presumably, okay, you're dysfunctional and therefore you attract dysfunctional people. Like Luke Ford would say, you're saying that so the people who came to you is okay.
The doctor in the insane asylum is definitely insane also. That makes a lot of sense.
Well, I'm saying even to say that you're the doctor, saying you're the one who's claiming that you're the doctor in the insane asylum, but the people looking think that you're just another person in the asylum.
That's why they're in the asylum. And they're attracted to me because on some level they know I can heal them, but they're not well enough to be civil about it. And it's like, I get it. For those types of people, you got to talk to me privately, okay? You got to, like, the internet stuff is for people who are at a minimum standard.
You're not really talking to anybody. I'm saying that's what I'm saying. Like,
they should probably be talking to an actual doctor because these.
No, I'm saying when you're monologuing, you're talking. You have to actually be talking to people, and so you see, you're not really getting through to people because you're talking, and the people who are listening aren't really listening. So you just say like, you're getting through to some people. I mean, we got to talk about. So let me just do this chant. But I was a little disappointed. I don't think Jennifer did anything wrong. And from the Thursday night prep stream, it was pretty clear that was, unfortunately, I didn't see anyone going there to have her back and really help her have a good post stream. But I mean, at least she tried, and and so we'll talk what would have a good post stream looked like. And I mean, I think my post Adam Green, post JF streams were relatively pretty good post streams. I mean, they're still on my channel, and almost all of my post streams got me, tens, even hundreds of subs. My JF post stream, first one got me a few hundred subs. My Adam Green one got me a few hundred subs, put me over 1,000. So the summertime, COVID-19 is dying down here in Michigan. Synagogue near me, outdoors, no longer requiring masks, and we'll see case count here in Michigan is relatively higher in the U.S., almost, but down to 500 a day, and I think 60% of adults in Michigan are vaccinated. So it's very possible in the next few weeks I'll start going to events again. But we'll see. The case count still is it's still a good few hundred, so it pays to be careful. But so it's likely Detroit ISKCON, they were going to announce the Roth Yatha schedule, which is usually in July. And anyone who follows me on YouTube, I love Roth Yatha. See, I put the Lord Jugganoff deities, flowers in the background for my modern day debate with Ben Watkins. And we've talked about Lord Jugganoff many, many times. I think I may have even sung this song. But this is a Roth Yatha hymn, and I'm just going to sing the last line. Jagannath Swami Nayana Pathagami Bhavutame. May Lord Jagannath Swami be the object of my vision. And this is a song usually they sing on Roth Yatha, and it has many different verses. And then there's a certain Hare Krishna tune that goes with it. And I've chanted this for hours and hours, this tune. And it's, there's nicer, more musical tunes. This is kind of like a classical pilgrimage event tune. That you'd have kids from the youngest to old people being able to sing it. And so Jagannatha Swami Nayana Pathagami Bhavutame. Jagannatha Swami Nayana Pathagami Bhavutame. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So this is actually not an ISKCON tune. They sing this in ISKCON, but this is an older tune, probably going back hundreds of years. And so it's sung almost at all temples, this exact tune. ISKCON, they sing it also, but it's pretty popular tune. And so hopefully summer, Lord Jagannath, may Lord Jagannath Swami, the Lord of the universe, be the object of our vision. And Lord Jagannath goes from the temple to the streets to take God consciousness to the streets. And like I like doing the broom. The king of Puri himself would have swept the broom in front of the deities, and hopefully I'll be able to do that this summer. And like a humility basis to say, I'm not going to figure it out. My goal is to just follow the Lord, and certain humility level to recognize that my inclinations are almost always wrong. And so the way to be right is to not follow your inclinations, but to comport yourself with, so to say, what is objectively right. And from scripture or scientific methods or various things that me and Jennifer like to debate, and Ben was saying that there's certain principles of character refinement, ahimsa, limiting harm, that we should comport ourselves to. And you have to recognize our natural inclination is almost always wrong. And so level of consciousness, I'm going to show some interesting diagrams. that how that works, and even a deeper dive into free will. So I want to let Jennifer respond to kind of what I said, where she should look at this as her own failure, and then maybe she should hypothesize what would a good post show look like if it was going to be, so you just say, oh, magically there's a bunch of people who'd be asking you questions, and you would be giving answers, and they
Yep.
would be saying how brilliant and awesome you are.
They don't need to say that. I'm fine with them just being happy about the answer. I don't need praise. I'm not in this for the praise. Praise, as you know, can make you kind of nervous because you can think, well, what's your ulterior motive, right? I can tell if people are happy from receiving knowledge. So I'm not, you know what I mean? What I want is a good conversation where there's some development, which involves asking questions, and then it'll probably end up being a dialogue because I have to ask questions too, because I have to know how you understand a concept sometimes before I can give you a full answer. Because it's very important for me to be honest and defend principles, but like just through experience of being essentially too nice, it leads to very negative consequences because then people don't respect you anymore because they just see you as somebody to be sort of like a pushover, basically. So that's my, issue. So it's like, oh, I'm not going to be a pushover, and there are going to be consequences if you can't respect me. And if you can respect me, then you'll never have a problem with me. So I don't really see what's wrong with that as a strategy if I already know through experience that the just be nice to everybody strategy, it eventually hurts me because I have no authority because everybody sees me as a pushover.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
that's
really,
sort of where I would push back, but it's like I get it. It's something I have to fine tune over time. So I'm not saying I can't get better at what you're describing. I'm just describing my previous issues with people. Did you want me to screen share what you have? I see you have Twitter up. I just wasn't sure if it was like relevant to what we were talking about or you were just browsing. Do you want me to screen share you?
let me finish getting this ready.
Okay.
Really, you probably would have been best off to get the fellow panelists and even Kaz on to the stream and to talk with them and to even like a post-mortem, and kind of like a chess game where the best person to do post-mortem with is your opponent, obviously. And so debate, like Ben Watkins, the best person to do the post-mortem with is Ben Watkins. Could be expert on the topic, but of all the people, what were you thinking, and the various things, and probably we would have. I mean, in the Thursday night debate, it was pretty bad. I think it was a big failure, and because we didn't really prep, and it was just like Conops and Claire for hours, and I think it was Jennifer who set the bad tone from the beginning.
It wasn't Conops or Claire or anything. I was trying to encourage you
they
to
also,
give
but
an
I think
to state axioms, which is what debate prep is supposed to be. It's supposed to be preparing arguments. And I gave you a suggestion to state the axioms of Hamerov, and you wouldn't do it. So don't tell me it was my fault. You were being uncooperative with my suggestion. And then those two, you let Claire on the show. What did you expect was going to happen? She's a troublemaker, and so is Conops.
Yeah, I would have just, because because I was trying to show the flow, and then Jennifer's like, "Why don't you state the axioms of the Penrose Hamerov?" And I was like, "I'm trying to do the flow," and then she's like, "I'm just trying to help you. Why don't you do the axioms of the Penrose Hamerov?" And it was like, and so then we never ended up doing the flow. So whatever she was attempting to try to do, and maybe it was good advice, maybe it wasn't, but saying it got sidetracked and we never did the flow. And so if I can't even get Jennifer on the page of what debate prep is, and then it's like I did my prep, I flowed the Ben Watkins debate. Like my prep isn't the axioms of Hamerov Penrose that are close to absolutely nothing to do with my debate. And so Jennifer is like, maybe she's helping me prep for some debate I'm probably never going to have. And so you're saying it's a focus level of just staying on the topic. and saying like, no, unfortunately, even Jennifer doesn't have that level of concentration. It's largely just a focus concentration thing that's like, no, for the next period of time, there's only one subject that we're going to focus on. And your average person doesn't have that sort of impulse control, willpower, and it's like, oh, I just thought of something interesting, or this, and say like, hold it, write it down, come up with some way, and that's the point of the flow and instead of flowing, like all conversations, it's very difficult, saying stream of thought conversations versus logical directed flow. And so people who have studied Talmud or something like that or logic or mathematics, but it's very difficult to stay focused, and that's what prep is about. It's technical, it's tedious, and to most people it's unenjoyable because it's supposed to, it's like I did my research of the chess studies. It's focused effort that you only improve from focused effort. And so I mean, it's not Jennifer's duty to focus and concentrate just on my Ben Watkins debate, but like even her herself, you're saying like, no, I mean, your help is no help if you can't focus just on the Ben Watkins debate and want to change the topic to Penrose Hamarov. That's fine, but that's not debate prep, and it's not helping us debate. And it's saying because like you want to demonstrate your intelligence and how to formulate axioms.
I wanted to help improve your debate, but I thought the point of the whole thing was to go through the debate to improve your debate strategy. So that's what I was suggesting as a means of improving it. I didn't want to derail it at all. I would have been fine to stay on that topic the whole time. I just think the other people that came on made that difficult.
Yeah, so my impression, it was you who started to derail it with getting it off of the flow by like.
Because in my head, that was part of the flow. That was just coming in. So like when you do homework,
but it wasn't. Penrose Hamarov had almost nothing. That the axioms of Penrose Hamarov had almost nothing, and then maybe my ego
it was an easy example to have you state axioms quickly and succinctly because you have a tendency to ramble on. So I was trying to help you shorten it up, and stating axioms is a great way to do that because it's nothing.
Yeah, so saying your help is no help. Saying like what saying the way like your help in debate prep is only help if you completely focus on the topic at hand. You're just like, oh, Jennifer, let me teach you some chess openings. She doesn't give a crap about chess openings. She doesn't care. She doesn't play chess. It's not a favor for me to teach her some chess openings. And so the very you need to be focused on one topic. So it's like, oh, let me help you teach you something. And it's like, well, we're trying to flow a debate. And it's like, even Jennifer, I mean, unfortunately, she's probably not going to do it, and she's probably going to fail. And it's like, but she should flow her own debate. She should go through the effort of flowing her own appearance on modern day debate. Like I could do it for her, but it's probably just a waste of my time because we're probably not even going to examine the flow that I did for her. But saying if she really wanted to improve her debate performance, she would do that for herself. And that was what I was trying to stress. So saying if you can't do flows and just like, oh, let me teach you logic, let me teach you axioms, that's not debate prep. Like you have to do a flow. If you're not going to do flows, there's not going to be debate prep. It's you're just doing something else. You might logic or something, and you're probably not going to be very good at debate because you're just going to talk past the people if you can't accurately draw out and label the arguments and where your arguments intersect. And you probably have to prove it by flowing your own debate.
Cool.
Am I right that you're probably not going to do it?
I don't see the point. To me, the point would be to point out a specific error I made, then say how we could fix it, then move on. That's how I deal with things. To me, a flow only makes sense. A flow chart makes sense to me if it's an extremely complicated argument, almost like a logic diagram, where the argument is so long, you have to draw it out to make sure you don't make any errors in the symbolic logic.
Or show that you guys talked past each other. That I mean, saying that your debate was probably somewhat unflowable because there was. I mean, if you looked at the Q&A, there might have been certain parts that were flowable, but it's saying like, no, I mean, Jennifer, like she does not want debate coaching, and she's probably not going to improve at debate. She's, these are proven methods for doing it, and so honestly, I'm not disappointed. I just say that, that's my prediction. Is unless she does the flows, her performance won't, necessarily improve. And the biggest demonstration is that people talk past each other. They don't really address the other points that the other people are making, and the exercise of writing what the other person said and how what you said was directly related to that, and how that creates a direction in a conversation, in a flow of logic. Really, all good conversation should be like that, but like especially a debate. And then when you look at your debate and it's like, no, we didn't actually communicate. We didn't actually have a good flow of logic and a progression of thoughts that was intelligible to the audience. And so, it's kind of like work for nothing. You're not going to get paid. The only advantage is learning how to think better, learning how to understand what other people are thinking better. And, Jennifer's thought pattern is the worst of everything. It's like, oh, I don't need to do that. Like I'm already great at that. And therefore I don't need to work. And it's kind of like the speed reading. You get better with these things, no matter how good you are. It's the process. It's the effortful study. And really, you should always do it. Like there is no, even if you start winning debates or you become really good, it's really a good exercise to do after every single one of your debates. And your performances, to some extent, I probably don't get better unless you do it.
So did I win that debate?
I mean, on the show, I mean, like, you definitely saved it. Like the tech, you're like, stepping up, like you can't hear. And it was bad. It was like bad from the beginning. Like the tech, it was over 30 minutes late. They couldn't get the video working. They got 3 women on the panel, and the video is not working. And then when they finally get started, the first 2 panelists, I mean, they were smart women, good women, but basically they kind of said like, I don't really know what I'm talking about. And said like, I've just been a pagan for a year now. And I mean, she made some points. She was a nice, well-spoken, smart woman, but she's kind of like, I'm new to this. And she was just, she didn't really have like a systematic explanation of paganism. And, the atheist, she probably had like a little bit more thought into it, but also she was like, I'm kind of new. And then Jennifer had her system, and then kind of like, God forbid, like a Christine Gildebrand or something. A lot of women have that tendency to give their resume. So, then Jennifer, I mean, it's an okay strategy, but it's in her opening, gave somewhat of a systematic understanding of pantheism, and then kind of went into her resume, which was, I guess, a mismatch because no one else did that. And so you could have your strategy like that, but you think, like you're saying, flowing the debate, when you
People want
recognize
a reason to maybe join something, so that's like proof that it's actually demonstrated knowledge. So
we're saying no one else gave their resume like that. So I'm saying, I know that you did that. That's
didn't even prepare an opening speech. The only other person who gave an opening speech was the Christian guy, and if he hadn't,
he wasn't
given
even hearable. Like you mentioned that, like no one could hear him, and like they just had bad audio. Like it was like I told Lowell, you have to pre-prep your audio. So if they're having micro streamers on, and they got to pre-prep their tech, I mean, really, it's an embarrassment. God forbid. Like I mean, I like modern day debate, but it's an embarrassment. Like what the hell? Like they couldn't get their tech right. One of their guys, you couldn't even hear him. They didn't have the buffering and the sound. And I'll show when I do this.
Did reach out after to apologize, and so these things do happen. I'm not gonna. I mean, I still think I want to go back on the channel and stuff. And
yeah, I mean, people messed up or whatever, but saying like it was pretty bad in that sense. And then so when Jennifer kind of saved the show, talking, I guess, directly to the audience, to like I'm harping on her that she doesn't talk directly to the people enough in a way, and that's why she failed to really take advantage of the post show and gain subs from it. but she was able to, more so than the host or the other people, just talk directly to the audience and be like, let's get the sound fixed. Like, can you hear? Can you not hear? And because you were able to do that, it's even unclear, how. I mean, they fixed the sound somewhat, and so most of the questions were for you, and I guess you did pretty well, but you say it was a flow, it was like a mismatch, so it was just kind of weird the whole time. It's just like, okay, if they wanted to have you on for an interview, they should have had you on for an interview. It's supposed to be a debate, and it wasn't really a debate. So it was I'm gonna say a disaster, but it wasn't properly planned. It
Well, it's
didn't
not
go.
my fault that the other people, two of the other people, didn't prepare a 5-minute speech, and I had a feeling that might happen. So, yeah, it's going to look weird if I'm one of 2 people out of 4 people who's actually giving the speech. It looks wrong, right? So is that my fault though? Like, I did what was asked of me, that we were expected to prepare a 5-minute opening. The 2 other women didn't do it. They're just like, oh well, yeah, like you said, they were sort of more, I don't want to say unprepared, because they're not bad people and they're professionals, but they were more along the lines of expecting a conversation than a debate. Hey,
Yeah.
it's my mom in the chat. Love you, Mom. Thanks for tuning in. I had to
No.
take the post show down, Mom. It had some bad words in it, and I didn't want that to come back bad on us, so I can talk to you about it later. Go ahead, Doovid.
Yeah. So hello, Jennifer's mom, Mrs. Sharf. Hare Krishna, Om, blessings, Shalom. Thanks for joining. Yeah. So let me do the screen share now. You got the screen share?
Sure, I'll click it over. I just have to.
Okay,
There we go.
If people watch this, I lost the game to Oki, and I beat him. Like you could see that I beat him like over 10 games in a row, and he won one. And then this last one, he finally beat me, and he was streaming, and he made a little clip of it. And when he beats me, he's like, "Yes, yes, yes, I beat Doovid." And so I thought that was a little bit funny. I'm glad that I was able to make him happy. So this hopefully we'll be able to go over more in depth. And here is a video I found that was from the better ones, Spartan Tutorials. This one is even better than JF's stream that wasn't so good on it. It wasn't horrible, but about what's going on with the lab leak. Now everyone's saying maybe it was leaked from the lab, and so we'll look at these arguments. So I'll keep that up. Here is an interesting book, Beyond Artificial Intelligence: From Human Consciousness to Artificial Consciousness, and I took a few charts out of it that we'll look at. So here, props to Jennifer. Jennifer's mom's here, saying here's the first super chat. Mark Reed, thanks to all the debaters, hosts, and mods. Thanks so much, Jennifer, for stepping up and saving the stream. Which to some extent, Jennifer, through talking directly to the audience, saved the stream. The sound sucked. The moderator didn't seem to be able to do anything about the sound sucking. So Jennifer was just like straight up talk to the audience and let's figure out how to get the sound working. And that really saved the stream. If she hadn't done that, it would have maybe they would have even canceled it or just had to postpone it. But that at least made it watchable and a pretty good stream. So you got a few thousand views. Definitely could have been better. And Kay, Jen, and William, none of them did anything wrong. I mean, they all did a decent conversation, but I really just couldn't hear William and Kay and Jenna. I mean, they may not be debaters, and they could join Thursday night debate prep, and it's saying like Jennifer probably should have had Kay and Jenna and William on the post show. Those are the people that are most likely, in Kaz. Should have Kaz come on the post show and discuss this stuff openly with them. But props to Jennifer for stepping up and saving the stream. Here, the Foam Expo. That's my phone ringing. It's a background. Sorry, I'll check that in a second. Hopefully I'll stream this. Like, I'm an engineer. I love technology and knowing how things work. So over a year now, all the conventions were online or canceled, postponed due to COVID. So the Foam Expo is scheduled for July 13th to 15th, maybe one of the first major expos since COVID-19. So they have the COVID guidelines. If anyone, convention goers, I'll have to read through that and, see how is that going to work. So did you want to say anything? I have these models of consciousness from that book, Beyond Artificial Intelligence, and the axioms from how to think about whether COVID-19 was released from a lab or not.
Oh, we can go ahead with this. That's cool.
So let's do the COVID-19 one first because it's probably quicker. So there's evidence that there was possibly what they call gain of function research, even funded by Dr. Fauci, signed off the Center for Disease Control at the Wuhan lab. And they even give a name. And gain of function means where they purposely try to direct the virus in an evolutionary path that will give it enhanced functions, hence gain of function. That people saw Rand Paul and Dr. Fauci, and certainly there was funding at the Wuhan Institute of Virology related to SARS-CoV-2, and it's still disputed. We don't know enough about it. Second point here. Okay, so the intermediate host to SARS-CoV-2 has not been identified. So for previous viruses like SARS-CoV-1 and I think MERS and other, they found basically the matching virus in the bats. So it's been a year, it's been a lot of research, and they still haven't located SARS-CoV-2 anywhere else than in humans. So that as a argument that therefore it was probably made in a lab. We've had a year to find where it came from in nature, and we still haven't. So it's at least a sound argument, not conclusive, but somewhat pointing that that if it came from nature, how come you haven't identified it? And saying, well, if it didn't come from nature, that makes coming from the lab much more likely. As said, escape of pathogens from laboratories is very common. Just the location, Wuhan Institute of Virology. The question of horseshoe bats that don't come from Wuhan, like hence the wet market. They say, oh, it was a bat that was sold in the wet market. Is that more likely than the Wuhan Institute? And what JF started to go over, they haven't released the paper, that the SARS-CoV-2 seems purposely well adapted to humans. So he went over these arguments, and I think he concluded that it probably did come from nature. But just to see the different, kind of like well-formed arguments, laid out, and so this was one of the better streams I found. You have any comment on this?
No, sorry, I didn't watch it.
We have to watch it. Just the arguments here. I mean, so he goes over them in depth, but just so people could understand what are the arguments for and against the virus coming from the Wuhan Institute of Virology or coming from nature.
I feel like so many people have gotten in trouble for talking about this stuff on YouTube that I don't even want to speculate because there's too many unknowns. It's like I don't know enough about it to know if any of this stuff is legit. Sorry.
Okay, well now YouTube has reversed and now is allowing people to talk about it coming from a lab. And now there are more and more people, including the government, saying that maybe it came from the Wuhan lab. And, so we'll see. I thought I'd mention it. And but no, I mean, it's not the main topic, but I did want to cover that. So these are the main things I had for week in review from this book, Beyond Artificial. Open here, yeah, Beyond
Like, I don't know
Artificial.
if you remember, I did give a bit of a lecture on it and talking about the gain of function stuff and like how it would be impossible to know whether it was developed, like, let's say the bat bites a human and then the virus changes in the human, then the human infects someone else. That's technically engineered, quote unquote. But I mean, it has from the lab. It's engineered from the lab. It wouldn't have existed without the lab. But it's not like it's hard to know what they did exactly. But I know some stuff's coming out about funding, right? Gain of function funding, and how someone might be connected with it.
And I'd even thought maybe it had something to do with Jeffrey Epstein, back a year ago, and I even showed some evidence of Harvard and Epstein funding certain research related to viruses. Even JF, had gotten funding, $25,000 from Epstein. And
Yeah, even something like that. It's like, how many people was Epstein funding? If he's funding like 20,000 people, it doesn't mean anything. It just means he wanted to fund everybody, I guess, or a lot of people.
Well, no,
I mean, if he was throwing money at JF, that's going pretty far into, I don't want to say obscurity, but JF's not mainstream.
Well, I'm saying that people give funding because they expect something in return. And if you say a person had diabolical purposes, like a doomsday type weapon, that too big to fail, and if you take me down, it's going to take everything down with me, God forbid, through the release of a deadly virus. That it was
right. That was your theory. Okay, yeah, it's all coming back to me now.
Yeah, it was some sort of.
We have no way of knowing if that's true. That's a speculation, but it's still.
We're saying Epstein, was a U.S. government agent of some sort, but he was doing messed up stuff, and the government at any time, knew he was doing the stuff and would eventually go down. But at the same time, he was doing important work for the U.S. government that he needed, from his own perspective, God forbid, some sort of insurance that the international government intelligence community doesn't screw him, and to look as a deadly virus to release. God forbid, don't mess with me, or else, God forbid, I'll release a virus that will kill millions of people. And that, God forbid, that was just a conspiracy theory. And I even showed, we went over last year some of the papers about Harvard, and saying if anybody had the means to do it, it was probably Jeffrey Epstein. There's more people than Jeffrey Epstein that had the means. But it is interesting if it did come from a laboratory, to go back into, was it purposely made and released? Which my suspicion is yes, that it was purposely made to kill people and it was purposely released to kill people. And then you say, well, who would have been so diabolical to purposely make something and release it and kill millions of people? So God forbid. We'll see moving over the next few weeks. So I thought I'd just mention that, since it's coming back in the news. And I'd largely given up. I hadn't really talked. I still study it, and mostly the science of. And I said, from my research, it's pretty, like Brett Weinstein, it's pretty easy to make a virus, and that it could have been man-made, to me seemed pretty feasible.
And I told you that was complete fantasy. Because even if they did gain a function, they started with biological material, altered it. They didn't synthesize biological material. That's not even established as possible.
Well, I was saying man-made synthesis are kind of, so we have to look into the terminology. And that's why I went to Jennifer also for the debate. Like, yeah, it's important to use the correct lexicon and precise scientific terms. So, it could be we'll look more into that. Maybe we'll see what kind of new information gets released. But relate to what we usually talk about here are a model of an artificial intelligence creation of consciousness. To say there's psychometric understandings that thought might work like this, probably works like this, but it's mostly methods to program a computer to think. And as I said, most of the directions on consciousness, the neural correlates of consciousness, solving the hard problem of consciousness, are computer models and relation to how the computer produces, so to say, thought, and then mapping that onto the brain and saying if the computers could produce thought these way, maybe the neural correlates of consciousness in the brain also produce thought that way. So first thing, you have to have a model for how consciousness works and what's coming in, what's going out, different layers of happenings, and more complicated. And is it even, so to say, programmable? Is
Is it
this
possible
some?
to zoom in at all?
No, it
It's
doesn't
just a
appear.
bit small. Okay,
Or
sorry about that.
doesn't appear to want to let me
We'll
zoom
be
in.
back on our usual format next week. So we'll be back to OBS and the stuff will be as legible as normal. So for the new people joining, apologies for the subpar stream. It will be back to normal by next week.
This is my Facebook message to you. So if you have a way to do it, you could screen share it.
No, the screen sharing capacity in this is not very good because it just screen shares the entire window, right? It doesn't let you zoom in on it. So anyway.
Yeah, so here they have 4 instances, the architects of psychic systems. And here, instance 1 is they're calling emotional and sensory processing center. That the first instance of consciousness is sensory processing, and the first processing of information is emotional, according to this model. And you see going up here, the corporeality and senses, and then going down, so have emotions, pleasure, fear, displeasure. That's the first cipher that information is filtered through. The basic pleasure, fear, displeasure, and then in instance 2 is an unconscious and organizational memory, which was probably some form of chunking, but they don't get into the chunking here. Is impulsive tendencies, localizing of perceptual and cultural aspects of events experienced by an organism. So the sensory processing center that first goes through emotional filter has judgments, and then analyzation and association to language, and then once it's been processed to language, so the second instance that filters it first through emotion, which creates judgments, and once judgments have been made, you could have analysis and association, and then eventually it could be transferred into language, and presumably this would all be chunking. And then instance 3 is preconscious, and here they have connections between neural groups, transfers and filters, agents of active aggregates, and the activation of short-term memory. So instance 4 is consciousness. There's like short-term memory and consciousness are related. So the sensory information goes through some sort of process, is transferred to some sort of mentalese language, which could be, so to say, one of the 7 things that are in short-term memory, which likely makes up consciousness. That our consciousness is largely made up of the 7 items in our short-term memory. And then here it has controllers of consciousness, which would be values and self and judgment, which is like higher level thinking, like, say Doooovid's a man of principle. So the filter to my consciousness is my values, myself, and that in order for sensory information to reach my consciousness, it has to filter through my values. And then you have the process of the experience sensation in coherent emergences. So this is the most simple model. They're going to give one with 5 instances, but I thought this was pretty good. You have any comments on it?
Yeah, it's a good start. It reminds me of the hammer off stuff. But this isn't hammer off, is it?
No, I mean, this is conceptual, and it's not. I mean, it might work with Hamarov, but as I said, this is more based off of a computer model for how consciousness might work.
Okay.
So it's a conceptual map model. It's close to neural correlates, like it's supposed to be conceptualized in a way that if consciousness does arise from the brain, the neural correlates of consciousness could map this model.
All right. Yeah. I'm looking at that diagram right now. It
So
sort
here
of
is,
reminds me of mine. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what you want me to say about it. It's a good start. It's sort of a bit confusing because it implies there's like a subset that's consciousness, even though consciousness is the whole thing. But I think I get what they're saying.
well, it's kind of like the stage of consciousness that it's only conscious when it reaches the stage. In the sense perception, most sense perceptions don't reach the stage and operate, so to say, on a subconscious level. So here's a similar model with 5 instances where you have your corporeal and senses, which the first instance is emotional sensory processing center, which, like the same as the second one, goes to the basic emotional fear, pleasure, displeasure, which allows judgments to be created, and then they could be analyzed and associated and transferred to language. And this is what they call a request from components, and the same as last time, that goes to a preconscious, and that preconscious then takes up short-term memory, which goes into experiencing consciousness stage 4. And here they add 5, a global systemic layer that the last model didn't have. It has a feedback loop and system for maybe learning, but it didn't have like a global systemic layer. That so the first one was like Jennifer was saying, all you get is short-term memory that enters the stage of consciousness. So your consciousness is really limited to your working memory, and so here they have a global systemic layer on top of it, if that would, so to say, emerge or encompass. So instead of having a subconscious or preconscious, you would have some sort of global systemic consciousness.
Sorry, how's this being applied? Is this being applied to a neural net? That would be really cool.
Yeah, I mean, I started reading through the book, but it's from this book, Beyond Artificial Intelligence. I put the Amazon, actually, it was too big to put the Amazon link in. It's
Nice.
Beyond Artificial Intelligence, From Human Consciousness to Artificial Intelligence by Elaine Cardin. And you see the table of contents, the organizational architecture of the psychic system, and the feeling of thinking. And the second part, the computer representation of artificial consciousness. So it tries to cover kind of both ends. What do we know about the neural correlates of consciousness, and you have Freudian psychometric data to to artificial intelligence, and so they had a link that had the diagrams from the book. So here's 3 more quick ones. So this is just a simplified one of the other ones. In here you see some sort of coherent emergence, what they're calling regulation agents of the conscious system, that there's some sort of coherent emergence of self-regulation of consciousness, that the other ones didn't have some sort of regulating emergent system, and kind of like the qualia that consciousness emerges, and then that there's some sort of conscious regulation of the whole system. And here's agent architecture for the control and design of agent aggregates, which I didn't even read this part yet. So, it's probably some sort of advanced chunking theory, but I just thought I'd show these charts. And here is the apprehension of the emergent representation in the conscious system. And it's instant of conscious system where you have multi-skilled morphological and temporal organization. And it's kind of like Jennifer's diagram. It's just a chunking system largely. But, these are pretty, a conceptual map and pretty interesting. So I was pretty happy, to return to my research and, and so I thought I'd share those charts to show people.
Yeah, thanks. It reminds me of the chemistry notion of equilibrium. And it's sort of interesting how, like, computers, if you just think of the basic idea of running code or an algorithm, that could theoretically go on forever. But so it's like hard to code for equilibrium because the computer just wants to go from 0 to infinity, right? Like the basic structure of a if loop. And that's why you have these issues in computer coding of infinite recursion, right? Or whatever they call that, where a method cannot terminate. So it's interesting how they made a workaround with a complex enough system of chunked out what you might call eigenstates. It's a bit tricky because it's like the eigenstate is basically when you have a matrix, you're multiplying it a bunch of times, and instead of multiplying the same matrix a bunch of times, you find the eigenstates, aka diagonalize the matrix, and then the multiplying the matrix a bunch of times in a row is way less complicated. So through training data, they're finding these de facto eigenstates, and then they're layering them together in the configuration that makes the best predictions given the data. So it's always something that's done relative to data sets, because that's what diagonalization fundamentally is shifting information from a matrix into a vector or an eigenvalue, which is a single value in a matrix. Anyway, it's interesting to see that the shape of their model is semi-similar to mine, because as they get better, they'll realize which formats make the most sense. And if you want to truly emulate consciousness, you do need to get to the equilibrium solution, right? So you need to get equilibrium when the fundamental structure of the computer is not equilibrium. It's going to infinity and beyond. So you have to make up all these like complicated steps wherein the infinity feeds back into itself and you recover stability. I hope that was clear.
Yeah, so I'm continue. I have a whole bunch of books that I got on consciousness and the latest in neuroscience. I'm going to keep on doing my research, and we'll cover some of that here in Week in Review. And I just meant when I said the theory, I think Epstein, suicided in, I think it was August 2019, and COVID-19, starts appearing in China in December. And, now they're saying that people at the Wuhan Institute of Virology were sick from it maybe in November. And there's some evidence it was around a little bit earlier. But you're saying if, the conspiracy theory that there was some sort of deal between the US government and Epstein that he wasn't going to be prosecuted for his crimes. And once it became clear that he was going to, he got suicide or whatever, that the backup plan in case the U.S. broke the deal and prosecuted him for his crimes was, God forbid, to release COVID-19. And the timeline, Epstein, God forbid, suicide in August, that over the next month, maybe September, November, whoever was in charge of releasing the virus, goes to work. And if it was the plan to start the virus in China, whatever the plan had been for the release of this god-awful bioweapon, that it took a few months. And, by December already there's an outbreak in China. People know that there's something wrong. But the time frame would probably fit that if it was related to Epstein and his death and some sort of international conspiracy or deal or backfiring against breaking deals that um, it was probably released in September and or November, and it could have even been in China that it was if it was made even to attack the West, that it was purposely started in China, knowing that it would eventually impact the West or something. But I mean, that's basically wild speculation. But when it came out, that's saying like, well, like who else? Saying if it was made by it was the Chinese government, or even conspiracies to say that it wasn't Epstein himself, but that you got a lot of big names, like Bill Gates, and the more information coming out, and so it's just interesting to look back now that some of the information is changing on that. So I guess that's the main things I wanted to cover for Week in Review. We're only an hour or so in. Like you had a whole bunch of debate. We could talk more about that. I'm not sure if you had anything else you want to talk about, or any guests are coming on.
I saw Vincent in the chat before, and I asked him if he wanted to join, but I didn't hear back. So
I think I saw he did the debate prep stream on his channel, and I think he's got good chances. Vincent's pretty studious, maybe probably maybe even more so than Jennifer. That that you see he did those debate prep streams, and so I'm predicting Vince is probably going to have a pretty good showing in the debate with Michael Brown. And if he wants to come on and discuss, that's fine. But no big deal. We'll probably catch that debate. I think it said it was going to be recorded, but so good for Vince taking debate seriously, doing prep streams, and hopefully the hard work will pay off for him. Even if he's arguing a position that I don't agree with.
awesome. All right, so yeah, I just put this link in the chat. If I'm not sure who you are, person in the chat who says they want to come on, so we'll see. I don't want any shenanigans, obviously. So if you do come on, please try to keep focused on the subject. And the best attitude to have is a learner. We're all learners here, even me. And so we should have that attitude. Yeah, you can do that. That's fine. I appreciate you sharing the material with your Discord channel. So that's all good. So yeah, I did want to show my model at some point. Maybe I could do that now. If I could I just need 1 second here. I'll be right back.
Okay, yeah,
Okay, I'm back. Sorry. I just my husband really doesn't like to be on camera, so I just had to tell him to step away so that I could go on and he won't walk in the background or anything. So it won't take more than a minute if you want to have a look at my demonstration. I showed Doovid before the show there, and he didn't seem super impressed. So I've just got to put myself in, I guess. There we go. Okay, so we were talking about the theories a lot, and if I do a demonstration, I know not everyone caught the post stream, and I'm sorry that it's not up anymore. And I will, if people really want, I can re-upload. Unfortunately, the only part of it that was really worth anything was the debate that I had with the guy. I forget, but it was like 3 words. I think it was logical, probable, something. Anyway, I could re-upload that. I didn't think it was great. I suppose if you're really interested in rhetoric and dealing with trolls, I mean, yeah, it could be semi-interesting. I didn't think it was I mean, you could tell me if you thought that that was educational. But anyway, back to the educational bit. All right. So, what do we learn so far in quantropy, which is what I'm calling the quantum mechanical system associated with the quantum periodic table? So, just mush it
You might
all
as well
into
give
one
yourself
word.
the full screen.
Oh, okay. Let me see if I can do that. Woohoo! Oh no, my place is not so organized here. I'll just do us both because I don't really want to show my whole place because I haven't done the dishes yet. So, okay, so back to the story. Don't worry, you'll be able to see with me on just half the screen. So, what happens to things when we do analysis? We always start in the metaphysical with the perfect form, which is the sphere because it's three-dimensional and it minimizes the net torque about the center. So, what's going to happen in nature is going to be a bunch of spheres floating around. And you can think of this like bubbles on the surface of water. So we've got some bubbles, and what happens to these bubbles? They're sort of vibrating. You can think of it as them vibrating. So if you see that motion, it's like the whatever these things are called, the Chinese meditation balls. That's definitely not what they're called, but I have a pair because I like to collect things at garage sales. So if you can see the motion of these, I don't know how good it is if I can just.
God forbid your steel bowls.
Yeah, there we go. So if we could just keep that motion in your head. Okay, so now we come to the next thing. So understand that that's what physically it looks like, but there's also photon fields. So they're invisible and they're the thing that shapes the fermion field. So when I was saying all the information is held in the photons, I really meant it. And the fermions are sort of like, and that's the mass bearing things, they're sort of like the tree upon which this giant matrix of photon energy is growing out of. So if you think about, we got the ball here, that's the light field. And we have these base pairs. So what's going to happen when you have some matter coming up against a light field? So it's going to do the geodesic. It's going to spread itself out in a way that is maximally moving away from its origin point. Why? Because of entropy. Things tend to disperse. So if they have a beginning, they're going to disperse in a way that overall minimizes the energy. And what does that mean when there's some molecules on a spherical surface of light? Well, they're going to start to line up and they're going to get halfway through and they're not going to keep going this way. Why? Because then it's no longer a geodesic. Because it's only getting farther away from its origin point as long as it's going up to here. And then as soon as it would start to continue along the circle, it would be going back towards its origin point. So if it was going to go back to its origin point, that would mean it would need some type of energy coming into the system, right? So you start off with your minimum entropy state for two of these light balls. And you don't want to have the strings on the same side. Why? Again, minimum energy principle. The system will always balance itself out so that things are as maximally balanced as possible. So one of the strings goes on either side. And then all you do is you start spinning them.
What was that 1357? 357,
Hello,
1357?
double helix, my old friend. I've come to spin with you again. It's it's basically just some strings that I made, but you could think of these as like a model for the base pairs because the double helix has two elements in it. And so this is basically predicting the angle between the spiral pairs, right? So they're going to hug in together. And then, this is not what it's actually going to look like because this thing is then folded up into, you guessed it, a crumpled sphere type shape, as actually the guy who was on the show last time was going into. So thank you, guy who came on the post show and gave me a really hard time because you inspired me partly to come up with this to make the explanation of the thing you didn't want to listen to a lot easier and more intuitive. So I hope that was interesting for the people tuning in. Back over to you, Doooovid.
Yeah, very nice. I mean, nice demonstration. And yeah, I was just noticing the pattern on those beads there. It looked like there were like 1357, 1357 different colors, but
It's the periodic table, so it's one. Sorry, it's 2 3 1 3 3 1 5 3 1. It's the same pattern as the orbitals, basically. So like I changed the. It's meant to be a quantum periodic table thing. So if I changed, it's like the same order as the orbitals. Sorry. So yeah, if you guys saw that in the chat, I hope you liked it. And yeah, so yeah, I guess I did predict the shape of DNA, didn't I? Didn't even take too many bits, did it? So it reminds me so much of an abacus, doesn't it? It's like abacus-esque.
yes, I'd taken a few weeks off my study. Now I'm back to studying neurology and neural correlates of consciousness. And last week we were talking about in terms of the dualism, like a model for what happens in the physical realm and what happens in, so to say, the spiritual realm if you're a dualist. And for neural correlate, in my debate with Ben Watkins, we're saying ideas, forms, concepts are, at least say in certain systems, not part of the physical realm. They're part of the spiritual realm. And so like I tried to give the example of perception where we looked at it's talking about cones and rods and why chunking is a bottom up phenomenon, not a top down, because there's 100 million rods in the human eye that could take a receptor of a photon, and then those photons get chunked into larger pieces of information. And so if you're saying shapes don't exist in the material realm, they exist in the spiritual realm, at some point, like if possibly a Penrose Hameroff, that this interplay between the material and the physical is already happening at the eyes, and how the chunking of the photons hitting the eye are being chunked into ideas and concepts. And so hopefully like we saw that model, the concept map that it showed earlier from that book Beyond Artificial Intelligence, a full solution to the hard problem of consciousness would you have to have the hundreds of millions, the billions of simultaneous sense perceptions being reduced to consciousness. And if you look, like, so to say, the window of 7 items, that there's basically only 7 items in short-term memory. And like my surrounding, if I'm cognizant of my physical location, that you could chunk that as 1 item of short-term memory. And then possibly, if you're you're going to lose your cognizance of your physical location in the 3-dimensional shape around you, in order to be able to work more with your working short-term memory, and not even have to think about chunking the 3-dimensional space that you're in, or the interplay that is there. The chunk of the 3-dimensional space is there, and even if it's not in working memory, because you're so focused on ideas. But I think that slowly, we could have a full model of multiple models of solutions to the hard problem of consciousness, and saying that these billions of simultaneous sense perceptions being centraled in the brain and organized, and also to try to demonstrate where the interplay between the material and spiritual realm is, at least for some of the systems that I want to hypothesize. I've been focusing mainly on the science and the physicalist explanations, the neural correlates of consciousness. But like I said to Ben Watkins, I don't think that the neural correlates of consciousness are going to provide an explanation, and we should go back to the science of consciousness as the brain as a receiver. And so, can we create a scientific, neurologically correct model that is somewhat testable of a dualistic system of conscious processing?
Probably, yeah. It just won't be, materially exactly accurate, but
Yeah,
it can make predictions. If it functions on logical premise, you can get a model to make predictions. It's just really a matter of getting the predictions in a format you can understand, because there's information associated with predictions that may not be fully discernible. Interpretable, perhaps, is the better word.
yeah. So I mean, my model would basically have the brain as purely a sense receptor control center. The thought does not occur in the brain at all. But you could have the neural correlates of thought and where the interaction with the other realm is and when it's occurring. And so, so the other realm is still the other realm and can't be measured physically, but you could measure um, where and when it's happening, and you relieve the effort of neurology and brain science on trying to explain consciousness, and that that it's a hard stretch to, for the brain to be the explanation of consciousness. So if you're saying that thought and control, or at least will and volition, control happens in the brain mechanistically, but will and volition um, and thought are occurring in another realm, not in the brain, then it'll be simpler to really understand what the brain actually does, instead of trying to um, put thought into the brain where it probably doesn't exist, and then trying to explain how thought arises from the brain when the evidence is very weak, and the likelihood that it does is probably small.
That's what Hamroff's model actually says. Well, I guess the is it mitochondrial? No, that's not it. Anyway, the thing that's supposed to be the platform for the quantum effects, that's maybe that goes throughout your whole body as a matrix. But yeah, his theory is that the mind is a subset of the body, essentially. And since that's the opposite of reality, yeah, it's very confusing to think that way. I guess you didn't see my 5-hour shit stream post debate.
No, not at all, because then it was taken down. It was on Sabbath, and then it was taken down, so I didn't watch it.
I still have it, so you might have been interested in what happened in the latter 3 hours, because the guy was pretty good at rhetoric. Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to follow what people are saying in the chat there. Not making a whole lot of sense. Be nicer if people could try to speak in complete sentences. That would help me out a lot. Okay, so moving on. I saw memes of destruction was in the chat, so I did put the link in the chat if anyone wants to hop on with stuff that has to do with what we normally talk about on the show, which is what you've been up to this week with your live streaming and or other activities. So we'll see if anyone wants to join us. But in the meantime, we could go over the debate itself. Or did you want to do that on the other show, Thursday show?
Yeah, I mean, we could go over the flow of the Ben Watkins. I mean, so you have to do the homework, really. You have to flow your debate, or else there's nothing to go over. I mean, you talk about it, memes, but saying really, you go over the flow. If you didn't flow it, you can't go over it.
Well, people can just say what they thought.
But it's not really going over the debate.
To me, going over a debate is seeing if there were any errors.
You're not a debate. You never debated. I mean, you never competitively debated. So you're not really talking about debate. You're not talking about. You're just talking about conversation or whatever. But saying like, no, I mean, debates are a technical thing, and when you go over the flow of, saying that, like Talmudic, the Chakravartarya, the question answer, the structure, the logical structure of what happened, and that requires note taking. And saying Jennifer didn't do a competitive academic debate because she didn't take notes. And anyone Doooovid knows how to take notes, because when you do competitive academic debate, everyone takes notes. because it's basically required. You can't be good at it if you don't.
Okay. Well, I still remember the basic order that things happened in, and it was obviously off to a bad start.
You need an objective demonstration. The flow is an objective, like what's in your head, how you remember it, even if you have a word for word memory, versus something you could show your notes, a flow of the arguments, and saying that that's what debate should be reducible to. And if you want to analyze a debate, you have to do the work of reducing the debate to a flow.
Okay. I thought the beginning was, well, it was introduction, questions, and then audience questions. That was the overall direction that it took. Or are you not going to be happy unless I make an actual diagram and a list of all the things that happened in the debate?
Well, you have to make flow. Yeah, I mean, saying like, we could talk about it. I'm not saying that like it's bad to talk about it, but it's saying like, no, that's what you do. If you don't do it, you're not really doing debate. You're just having a conversation, or some mild form.
That's not how I see it. I see it as
you never debated. Like you weren't on the debate team in high school. You never competitive debated.
Okay, that's why I'm.
Or have you? You're saying you were on. You have background in debate besides your.
Every single conversation I've ever had in my life has been preparation for debate.
That's a no. Just say there's a formal thing called debate. Just say no. If you haven't done debate, you say okay. You've had a lot of conversations, but you never formally did debate. You're saying no. You never formally did debate, or yes, you formally did debate.
I don't think I ever formally did debate. No.
You didn't have like timers, a score, a judge, a team.
No. That wasn't really a thing, unfortunately.
And so, like, you don't even really have any clue what that looks like.
Well, I mean, I've seen debates before, and I think it would be awesome. And I was trying to push to have moderated and timed debates for a really long time, but people aren't at the point where they can actually structure their thoughts to that point.
Yeah, because that's what he's saying. You have to do the flow. You're not going to be able to structure your thoughts unless you flowing is the technique where you learn to structure your thoughts. And so I'm saying from like an academic point, like if you're not willing to flow, you can't be on the team. I'm sorry. And I think that's what it was like when I was on debate. Like you had to do it. That was what they taught you. And if you didn't do it, you didn't get to debate. And I don't know if anyone else here has done actually formal debate or even has any clue what formal debate is, how it's scored. And there's different scoring methods. And so like, Jennifer's kind of like, oh, I debate all the time. It's kind of counterproductive. Like, no, you have conversations, you argue with people, but you've never debated once in your life. And even your performance on modern day debate wasn't really debate. In terms like maybe with Claire, whatever, said that there's a formal structure to debate and you have to do your homework. If you don't do your homework, it's not a debate.
Are you suggesting I didn't do my homework?
Well, in terms of a formal way of debate, until you flow it, you didn't do your homework.
So all the people I beat in debates are all, trained along this way of learning how to do debates, but I'm beating them somehow.
Well, I'm saying like, you could, say like, okay, it's a debate, like, like you and your husband could debate and say you have a winner, but like, no, there's a formal thing called debate and there's a structure and a scoring. And as far as I know, you've never once done that.
I came up with a debate scoring rubric on the blog that I suggested we do.
But you never even did it. You came up with a rubric, but you never even once done it.
Why would I need to do it if I can memorize the entire thing in my head?
Well, to make
I'm not the one who needs the paper here. I'm already organized. Everyone's less organized than me. I'm trying to get you on the page where I'm coming from.
But you're not.
And I'm trying to help with debate rhetoric.
That's why I've been saying.
I really don't think I failed. I think that I had bad judgment in who I let on the stream because I gave people too much of a chance. And yeah, that's on me. It did turn into an actually pretty interesting debate at the end, though, with the logical probable guy. So I don't want to say, I guess I kind of do regret how it started, but yeah, that's on me.
Yeah, I mean, it's really like you're either going to do the work or you're not. And Doowovid predicts if you don't do the work, you're not going to see the success. I mean, Jennifer can predict that she's going to see the success without the work, and Doowovid saying basically impossible.
Well, I can go on and debate T-jump now, so I guess that's some kind of a success. And pretty soon you can probably go on that channel. Did you
Yeah, I
still
mean,
want to do the debate with you and I about? I think we were talking. I don't remember what the debate was even going to be on. Something to do with God, or did you want to do something else?
well, I mean, under the right venue or circumstances, but saying like if I mean, personally, I think people don't understand flowing. There's not going to be good debates. It's just going to be, like the Thursdays, there's going to be endless, arguing and talking
Okay, so
past each other.
let me just get this straight here. You want us to flow a debate, which means you write down everything that was said in the debate,
I
and
want
that's it.
you to go back and watch your own video and flow the debate. And basically, I'm saying like if you don't do it, I don't think it's worth continuing with debate prep because that's what debate prep is. And then you're saying like, no, it's going to take. I don't want to
You're
do
not
another
answering my
6 hour
question
stream
here.
and waste a bunch of time if you're
I'm
not
trying to
willing
get
to put a
clarity
little
here.
work in to create a flow from your own debate.
I'm trying to get a little clarity here. You want me to make a flow, and the point of it is we're going to talk about it, and we're just going to talk about what the debate was, and it's going to be in the flow, and that's it. That's what you want to do, just so that we're clear.
Yeah, we go back and I could show what I tried to do with.
So you're not answering my question, so that's a bit frustrating because it's like, what do you want? You just want to complain about everything?
Well,
Tell me
so you got to
clearly
flow
what you
your
expect here.
you
Tell
have
me
to flow your
clearly.
debate.
I can do that easily. Then what? We're going to go and talk about it, and then what? We're going to repeat the debate, and then what?
Then you're going to know the structure of the arguments. You're going to know the arguments the other person put forward and the structure of their arguments, and it's an effortful study that will improve the chunking of how we understand these arguments. And it's really the only method. If it's not done, there is no improvement. So I mean, you could be on the show and T-jump and argue, and I hope that goes well. But you're not going to improve the logical structure of your arguments and how you interact with other people's worldviews unless you flow your debate. I mean, saying like it's really like the minimal prerequisite of work for people who want to debate is to flow their own debates. And it's saying like, I mean, I don't know what like you're fighting assembly. I mean, like you could probably listen to your debate in 1.5 speed and or maybe even 2 speed, and you just write out a brief shorthand of all 4 people's
Yeah, no
speeches.
problem. No problem. I'll have that ready for Thursday. Moving on.
Yeah, I'm saying like that like I mean to me like I mean that's I was trained in debate, and that was just like you can't analyze a debate hypothetically. You need a representation of the debate, and that's called a flow. And like there's no like one universal flow. So if it was a good debate, multiple people would be flowing it, and you would look at the various ones. But it's saying like, how did Jennifer's debate go? And so uh I'll reshare. I could do my eBay again, and I haven't shown that for a while. But let me put up. Let me put up the flow of the debate that I did with Ben. And okay, here it is.
Sorry, it's
Okay.
just not coming. I'm just waiting to share it, but it's not coming up yet. Oh, here we go. Let's see here.
Okay, so
okay, I actually have to add it. And for some reason, it's there we go. There we go. It just takes a second.
So this, I re-listened to the debate, and mostly 2-speed. A few parts I slowed down or repeated or put the 1.5 speed. But 2-hour conversation. It probably took me an hour and a half to make this, and then maybe I probably spent a good 3 hours on doing this, and we didn't even cover it Thursday night. And I mean, just Jennifer didn't comprehend that, like, this is debate. Like, if you don't do it, it's not debate. And she might have her own mind what she thinks debate is, but from like academic, like, if you don't do it, it's not debate. But it's relatively, and this is a poor flow because it wasn't even the greatest debate, but just like Ben spoke and the basic claims that he made in his speech, then Doovid, what I said, then the questions, Doovid to Ben, does physicalism imply nihilism? Ben, no, he's an anti-reductionist, ethical non-naturalist, moral truths are irreducible, ahimsa principle, does the soul, Ben doesn't believe in souls, karma, Ben, no, and so on. Then Ben asking Doovid questions, the interaction problem, and so on, to when Josh asks his question, and the answers, back and forth. So it wasn't really the greatest debate. Like when I flowed the debate between Jennifer and JF, it was just two people, and it was kind of a logical flow where they were point for point, one after another. And I have to look to find the flow of that. But to make it readable, I typed it out. Saying, like, and I spent like 3 hours doing this for the Thursday night debate, and actually I was pretty disappointed we didn't even cover it. And so let's so simple here. You got we didn't even get past the first point. That's like Jennifer started with her like wanting to me to do the axioms of Penrose Hameroff, and then we got derailed even before finishing Ben's opening. But good notation. This is from a lot of things, like a lawyer shorthand speeches, that you could recreate a speech, that you could in shorthand make the key points and largely recreate the person's speech. And so we covered a little bit like Ben's opening, then Ben's postulates that mind is real and irreducible, is anti-reductionist, causal interaction, mind is a feature of the brain, monism, two aspects of one substance. We talked about the pairing problem, and all these are interesting things. But just to have a clear, diagram, easy to understand. So my opening, prayer and ritual is real and explained by dualism by the sages. Mind and consciousness may not be the same. Has two aspects of thought and controller. And then my two main arguments: science understanding of material does not justify material explanation of consciousness. In Plato's forms, ideas of thought are proof of material realm, do and cannot occur in a physical realm. So if we had a better structured debate, it would have kind of been a branch structure where the arguments would have been directly on these points, and it would have been a real flow. But it was more conversational, so it wasn't really a good flow. But even still, to the logic, Doovid to Ben, does physicalism imply nihilism? No. Doovid to Ben, souls, Ben to Doovid, the interaction problem, conservation principles, energy, Doovid, Ben to Doovid, what's the role of consensus? Doovid, the brain is a receiver. Josh, COE, what's the best argument? So, color-coded Ben in red, interaction problem. Doovid, meditation and experience, the reality of karma, reward and punishment, testable for everyone in their own minds. Everyone's life goal to figure it out for themselves. And so on through the end. To Claire's final point, why debate? Ben, truth matters. Process of philosophy and enjoys it. Doovid enjoys solving puzzles, truth discovery, karma, character refinement process, best way to answer difficult questions, debate culture, and interfaith. So yes, that I'm saying, like, unless Jennifer does this, there's really, you can't, I mean, we could talk like a week in review and just say, how was the debate? But unless someone does this, you can't really go over the debate, because then it's like, oh, you remember when this person said this person said that, and then it's just a mess. You need a clear structure of everything that was said in the debate that's in front of people that they could see. Otherwise, there's really nothing to talk about. I mean, does that make sense to you?
Yeah, we could do it that way. It makes sense to me. I don't think it's going to be as good as my approach to teaching people how to debate, but if you want to do your approach, that's fine.
You can't teach. I mean, they need to see the debate, and saying that.
People need practice with short-term memory to get better at chunking, so it's better to make reference to points in the debate, maybe play back part of it, and then analyze a tiny bit at one point and say, well, could your demeanor have been better there? Could your tone have been better there? Was that argument as tight as it could have been? And things like that. That's how I would do it, because it's about an overall impression. Like, what did people come away from? And you can kind of get an idea of it based off of the comments, which I thought were interesting a lot. Like last I checked, there was 167 comments. So people were like actually having debates, little sub debates in the comments. And I thought that was really encouraging, because to me, that's the best thing a debate can do, is like inspire people to start entertaining new ideas. And when they're arguing with each other, maybe that's a sign that they're starting to open up to the concepts. Samish says, from your claim that one has to do the flow to recognize a real debate, I surmise you did this flow after the debate. So what's the point? I thought you meant to do it before.
Well, you should really do it during the debate, and I did it after just to demonstrate it, and because it was kind of more like a performance, and it wasn't structured that in a way that I talked to Ben before the debate, and Arjun was on, and we didn't really clarify.
You can't flow a debate before it's happened. You can only sketch out arguments, because you don't know what the other debater is going to say prior to the debate. How could you
flow a debate? You're supposed to flow the debate during the debate.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, you should be writing. You should be flowing it during the debate, and you could prepare your flow before you speak. So if you're like, your flow could already have pre-filled in your introduction, and then as you're flowing the other arguments, you could write shorthand notes for what you're going to say, so that you have a script for when you speak. So that's when you actually formally debate. When I debated in high school, everybody flowed without exception. It was saying from every team, and we made it to state finals. And it was saying there was no one like Jennifer that was just so smart that she didn't need to flow. That I did not see any person at all in my time competing at debate that didn't flow the debate. And so that's why I'm just kind of like, saying like, Jennifer is like, oh, I'm so smart, I don't need to flow the debate. I said like that just is like,
I'll flow it. I told you I would do it. I'm going to play ball. I'm just saying there's more to it than that, and I don't see why we can't do both. Why not?
Well, you can. By saying you have to have a flow to see the arguments. You can't see the arguments unless you flow it.
You need a diagram, but I don't. But yes, okay, I'll make a diagram.
Well, I was saying, you do. I'm saying like maybe at some point you say like, oh, Jennifer, she doesn't need to flow. She's so awesome. She doesn't need to flow. But
I memorize it. I memorize all of the arguments. I can recall them from my long-term memory, because I'm storing more information than just the arguments themselves. It's like the tone of voice, of various people. Like all that information is there.
I felt best practices.
Turning points. So turning points. Turning points in a debate. Your system doesn't have any way to talk about turning points, i.e. when one person was dominating and when the domination switched and stuff like that. So I would want to add that too, like add a whole bunch of other stuff. Hey, Samish, thanks for coming on to the show. Your camera's not on, so feel free to leave it off. Yeah. Did you want to tell us what's up?
You might be able to better flow than me. I'm just saying, like, flowing is a necessity of debate. And
I told you I would do it, so you don't have to be upset about it. I'm going to go along with it. I'm going to play ball. I'll flow the arguments out in the debate before the next Thursday night debate prep. I'm a good student. Don't worry.
No, don't do it for me. Do it for yourself. But
Come
I
on.
mean, and saying
Is
if you
this
want,
actually Spanish here? Can
I
you?
cannot hear everybody.
We can hear
Yes.
you now. Can you hear
Oh,
us?
okay. I hear reverberate, some like a recurring stuff, back and forth.
Do you have any headphones? Because I think the headphones will get rid of the echo. I'll just post it in the chat in case you can't hear us. Because we can hear you fine. Your voice is coming through with no problem.
Okay, let me try this. Okay. Yeah,
How
now
about
I can
now?
hear. Yeah, now with the headphones is better.
Yeah, it's one of the little things they tell you on StreamYards. I think what happens, the audio starts to get into an infinite self feedback loop. It's like an infinity echo, right? Basically. But anyway, welcome to the show. And what's new with you, Samish? Am I getting that name right? Is it Samish or
Yeah, yeah,
Samish?
yeah, Samus, yeah.
Okay. Oh,
Listen, the
oh, sorry.
yeah,
Your
yeah,
audio.
yeah.
Your audio just went really low for a second, but you're coming back now. Okay, go ahead.
Listen, I just wanted to add something regarding the debate. And okay, you listen.
Hello? Can you hear him, Doovid?
no, I lost him. I mean, he was there for a
Um,
while. I'm not sure if he connecting.
I think there's a problem with my stuff. I need to probably.
it's like we can hear you for like 5 seconds and then your audio just drops right off.
Like close. So I have two windows. I have two windows. One with the YouTube and one with the StreamYard, and I think
Oh,
they are
you
connected.
got to you got to turn the YouTube off. That's all.
Oh,
You'll
okay,
still be able to see the comments in StreamYards, but yeah, it's probably
okay,
happening because you have two audio streams coming in.
okay. Now I have only StreamYards on. Is that okay?
I
Can
can
you
hear
hear
you
me?
fine. Yeah. What about
Can,
you?
can you hear me, Doovid?
Yeah, I hear you fine. You were
Okay. Okay. The reason why I wanted to add something about your claim about the flow. I think for the what Jan did with the modern debate, one could do a study of all the arguments that both the pagan and the atheist makes about the existence of God. I mean, they could one could do that. One could put a list of every possible argument they would gonna shoot at you, and you will be ready. So basically, I don't understand your point about going to the debate and look at the flow, and just kind of read it again, and then put all these items together in order to gain I don't know, maybe some knowledge about how to do it. It seems to me like the topic that Jan dealt with is the existence of God from three perspectives. She took, of course, the pantheism, and you have the atheist. I can come up with all these arguments that the atheist could make about this. I don't have to do a flow. I have to be knowledgeable of what is atheism, what is paganism, and what is Christianity. What do they believe? So you be ready to debate them and to say, okay, here's my point of view about pantheism. You don't need to do a flow of a debate. I just don't understand it. I mean,
Well, did
maybe
you ever
later on.
do? Were you ever on a debate team? Did you ever debate? I mean, when I was on debate, you had to do a flow. It was part of the rules. You actually had to do it.
No, you
You're
have
saying like
what
that
what
you could Jennifer, if she was there and didn't do the flow, could have been disqualified because that was I mean that was high school or whatever, but it was just part of the rules.
but I think I've been in the debate. The issue is if there is a topic, you need to learn about the other opponent's position. You need to be ready for their questions, for their claim. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, you should do the research before the debate, but after the debate and looking at it, and I just don't see why you are stressing that Jen should do that. The flow, go back to the debate and get all the flow. Maybe, yeah, maybe if you we do it again, do a recurrent debate of the same topic, maybe it would be useful. Are you understanding me what I'm trying to say here?
Well, I understand what you're saying. And I'm saying that, um, I'll put back on the screen share. I'm just saying, like, to some extent, it's just the rules. You have to do it. And so if you're kind of like arguing that you shouldn't have to do it, um, like you could argue that like you shouldn't have to follow the rules or it's a stupid rule. Here you have policy debate just on Wikipedia, and format includes structure, glossary, evidence, and the flow. That a lot of times it's actually required when you're in a formal debate that you have to do the flow. It's not your option. It's not like a good thing. It's one of the requirements for professional debate. And argue that that's a dumb requirement, or that you've done debate and you don't think that it's a requirement. I say from my experience, I took debate. We had to do it. I'm pretty sure the tournaments that I was in, it was required. And so the concept of an argument map is pretty well known. It's part of debate, and to me, it's kind of like a laziness. Like everyone likes arguing and debate. And I'm saying like Jennifer could debate. She doesn't need to. But I'm saying you want to do debate prep. You can't debate prep unless you do a flow, because you need to have an argument map to work with. And if you don't go through the work of creating an argument map, and maybe conceptually you could go over arguments in various things, and there's different methods of forming an argument map. I mean, here it's saying 1826, the elements of logic already, 20th century. This was already required for debates going back over like 100 years.
Well, I don't know what to say. I mean, it probably? I think it's so formal, but to me, it all depends on the topic that we are going to debate.
I'm saying no, it doesn't
It's
depend on the topic. Any topic, you have to do a flow. Doesn't like you have to have an argument map to make an argument. If you can't make an argument map, I'm saying we could have a conversation and it'd be fun, and we could call it a debate, and it is kind of a debate. But we say like debate, formal debate has to have a flow. That is just part of the rules. And so you're arguing like you don't want to follow the rules, and
I don't know. I don't know about the rules. Maybe there are rules. Maybe you're talking about more of like an Oxford type of debate, like you've seen them before, where it's really structured, where you have a moderator, you have the pros and cons, and you have people coming in with different arguments and then talking. But in this particular stream, it was very. My question to you, that's what I asked the question. Should you do the flow before the debate or after the debate? It seems to me like you're suggesting you go to the debate and do a flow. And I thought, okay, what is that? I was trying to kind of understand your position that you need to have a flow in order to have a debate, but the debate could go through different venue. It could change topic. Some people go off tangent, and so your components also might not have a flow. I don't believe that the pagan lady or the atheist lady had any idea where their positions are. They go
well, yeah.
and they talk about douchebag to the guy from. And I thought, what the heck is they talking about? Why are they going after the Christian? They're calling him douchebag and a dickhead. Well, I mean, what is this? I mean, I mean, if they did their flow, they should probably more civil discussion instead of going after him. But anyway, because they were probably former Christians, and they just dislike their religion. They want to get out of it, and that's where. I mean, I don't think it was a debate. You're right. It was more of a discussion. But I think Jen was much better explaining her position. And that was the purpose, I believe, of the debate to say, okay, who made more sense? And I think Jen had much better way to discuss where she stands. The other ones, oh, I don't know. Oh, I just get out of Christianity. Well, give me some ideas about paganism. Go with Wikipedia. It can give you a lot of argument what the pagan believes in. They don't. They didn't even articulate nothing. I mean, that would probably the first prep they have to do instead of doing the flow. Get your get your position, get your argument ready for the audience. You're going to have 100 people listen to you, and you're telling me that you are new. Who actually chose these people to talk anyway? I don't know. So I was just thinking that your flow method could be good for formal structural debate, with moderator, really good moderator that could that give 5 minutes to this one person, 5 minutes to the second one, and then one of them discuss the argument of the other, and so on. So that is more structured. Probably the flow methods that you are utilizing would be great, but in this streaming platform is hardly a key component for to make the debate a real debate. That's my point.
Well, because people have poor performance. So I was saying the flow is supposed to be done during the debate. It's most useful for yourself actually during the debate that you have written the structure of arguments
Yes.
and a history of the arguments so that when you're talking and even your own notes, so you could see that you're covering the points that the other people made, that you're not talking past each other, or if it's actually like in a score type way where a person makes a series of points, and if you defeat any one of their points, maybe you win, and so the flow in that sense has the points and all the arguments, and then if it was scored, you could see that this guy got the last word and won this argument, and scored it. So I mean, it's just the fact. Okay, like I'm not saying like Jennifer did definitely performed in my opinion the best, and she was the best prepared in various things. But I'm talking objectively about what a good debate is. So I'm not saying Jennifer lost because she didn't flow. Saying that objectively, what good debate is, even if they're not good people to debate. So we're talking about an exercise of just understanding debate, getting better at debate. I think the most essential element is the flow. That we want to talk about what happened, what were the arguments, what was said, and you need the visual. You need to do the work of flowing it. And so yeah, so in a proper debate, you would flow it during the debate, and it would be your own speech prep that you would be looking, while the other person was talking, you would be making the notes of their points, and then you might already start while they're speaking with the little like cues to yourself when it's your time to speak, and it's usually color coordinated if it's a two-person
Okay.
debate, and then over the debate, saying that me and you go back and forth 10 times, it's very clear and color coordinated that how did this conversation all start? Because I said this in response, you said this in response to
Okay.
that, you said that, and saying when it's on paper, it's extremely straightforward and clear exactly what happened. You can't for okay, Samish, let's go over everything that happened. Is like, oh, you said this and I said this and you said that. To have a piece of paper and an argument map is you're really I mean it's the only way to do it. You could try to recreate the arguments and say this person said that person said this and this and that, but without the graphical representation, it's much weaker. And then so I'm suggesting for the exercise of post flow that okay, she didn't flow during the talk, and you see how sloppy it is that the
Right.
people didn't really respond to each other's point. So you just have okay, this person said this, and
Yeah.
then that person is basically like Claire or something, just like I'm going to wait for my chance, and then I'm going to say what I want to say. So it's just everyone waiting for their turn to talk, and it's not really a productive dialogue where there was a back and forth. And when you flow it, it becomes obvious. And if it's a good debate, it's really, really easy to flow. That if it was a nice, productive conversation, you could watch it in 2 speed, it would be very clear.
They didn't
Pardon me.
want that though. They wanted it to be question, answer, question, answer, question, answer. Like they wanted it as mixed up as possible to get everybody about the same amount of time to talk. So it wasn't like with your recent debate with that guy where
We
it was
want
one
to do
on
homework. I
one.
mean, saying Doovid likes doing homework for the sake of doing homework. Because I like ideas and thinking better. And so it's saying like, if you're going to tell these people like you got to do more work, and saying you're not even going to get paid, the only thing you're going to get out of it is like thinking better and understanding arguments better. um, very few people do it. So it's saying like, yeah, when you're in high school, you have to do it. It's part of the rules. You can't even, be like, I'm so smart, I could, win without flowing. It's literally part of the rules. And, maybe, you become a man and good and you say you don't need to do it. But we're trying to teach a lesson. We're trying to structure arguments. We're trying to create a bigger worldview. If it was like, and understand how arguments go together in multiple systems, and even for the sake of consciousness and understanding how the mind works. I'm saying like we could debate. I mean, we still do week in review, but I'm saying like debate prep isn't debate prep if there's no flow. And like I did debate in debate prep, and we looked at a flow. Like we all sat in front of a flow. That's how you do it. And so if you have some sort of alternative method, and it's saying, but neither you have any experience in formal debate. And from my experience in formal debate, that's how it's done. That's how all the various teams did it. There wasn't another method. It was a flow, and then you look at it and you examine the arguments. And you can't examine the arguments until it's been flowed. I mean, does it make sense, like just intuitively?
It does make sense, but the debate that Jen participated in, even if she has was able to take notes on people's argument, they didn't have any. They did not have any. I would, like I said, I would have been better if I would have gone, if I didn't know about paganism, to learn more about it, get all the arguments in, and wait for, because I'm assuming that the people who are defending their claim knows what they're talking about, but actually they didn't do nothing. So basically, I agree with you. Later on, maybe we should go back and go through the script of the debate and see what did I say, how did I respond to this stupid question, or how did that other person did respond. Maybe I didn't. Yeah, that is good. That is a really good if you are going to do it again and again and again on the same topic. But you see, the debate could take different, they could go through through different stuff. So there is no one formal rules to tell me that flow, doing a flow is a necessary and necessary way to win a debate, because I don't think that's really necessary that much. It depends, like I say, it depends on the topic. Now, if it was
I
just
would
only this,
say anybody that's
if
done
it's
formal debate would probably disagree. I mean, it's like that every as far as I know, everyone who does formal debate does flows.
okay. I mean, the flow is only to make sure that you stay within the topics and so on, and to
It's an
see how
argument
the
map. You can't. You have to have a physical, visible representation of the arguments in the form of a map, and so that's called a flow. And I mean, you could intellectually say, "Oh, I'm so smart; it's all in my mind. I don't need to write out a
no,
map." But it was
no, it's
saying
not.
even for me to say what's in your mind, what's in my mind,
It
can only
has
it needs a medium. And
it has
besides,
not.
in a argument map like that took an hour, he said this and he said this and he said that.
It
He said
has
that no, you have to
it,
write it out in a flow. It's
it
like
has.
it's almost concrete without exception. I mean, it's almost mind-boggling to me that you guys are arguing against flowing.
No, I'm not arguing against flowing. I'm just
And
questioning.
you're not even like
It's
thanking me. You're
it's
saying like, like okay, like I had formal debate, I was trained in this, and now I'm teaching you this. Instead of thanking me and trying to do it, you guys are arguing this. "Oh, it's dumb," or like you're wrong. Even though I didn't debate and never learned this stuff, you're probably still wrong.
okay. Listen, I don't want to argue with you about your staunch supporter of this flow model. Is you are using only a method, okay, a methods of how to debate. If you think that the flow
An
is a
argument, a
necessary,
method to
it,
represent what happened in a way that you could show it to another person and they could see what happened. It's called an argument map. It's not like some people, it's just a simple argument map that you have to be able to draw out.
Okay, all right.
Like,
I'll
it's
go
not
to
magic.
I'll go to the Wikipedia and learn about the flow. I never heard about it, and that's what I was asking. I'm dumb as shit about this flow method.
I learned
I'll
that in
take
10th
that.
grade.
No, 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 really.
I learned flowing
Okay,
in ninth
good,
grade.
good, good
You
for
don't have to
you.
be a PhD. They taught me
No,
flowing in ninth
good,
grade.
good, good for you. Because you debate, the flow that you did with Benjamin was after. Was after. Did you do it before? Did
Well,
you
I
do?
said,
Did you do that stuff like this page that you just showed us with all your stuff together? Did you do it before
I
or
did it
after?
after watching the video,
Hey,
saying
so why do
the
you why
flow
do
is
you
supposed to be done during the debate.
no, well, how could you do that? How could you take notes of everybody when you talk? When somebody hits you with an argument, you have to respond. How could you stop to do it to write it down? How could you do this?
When I took debate in high school here in Michigan, I
I'm talking
had a
about.
famous debate coach, Art Voisin. Probably people probably hadn't heard of him, but here in Michigan, Art Voisin was my debate coach, and so what was the question you asked?
Just asking what you always says, okay, do the flow before you debate, but the example that you showed us with Benjamin, you did it after. My question to you is, what's the point? You said you do it before, and I give you the example about the debate that Jen participated in terms of the nature of God from a pantheist and so on. I would have done the research by going and learning about all these different positions, pantheism, Christianity, because that's what the debate was about. So you were waiting for them to talk to you about it. Maybe it was not a debate. Maybe it was just, okay, give us your idea, and then Q&A, like, okay, let this person talk. It was more like, okay, Jen and what's her name, Pantheist was taking over, and then the guy says, okay, let's get the guy talk. Maybe it wasn't a debate where you try to convince other people of their own shortcoming of their arguments, or to suggest that you have a better position to support this particular theory or thesis. Maybe that's what it was. But I don't understand why this debate about this stuff needs the flow. I mean, it's just, to me, it's a streaming. My God, it's not even an Oxford type formal debate with moderator. I mean,
Well,
it's just like,
to improve your arguments and to understand it, the flow is the necessary vehicle to talk about the structure of the arguments. You need an argument map in order to do it, and even to know for yourself that you really know the structure of the arguments, you have to map it out. As there was mentioned that Art Voisin, you said that you take debate and you will be able to repeat back speeches, and you have to know a little bit of shorthand. So, okay, like it's a skill like a stenographer in court or something like that. Besides debate, to be doing it, have a shorthand and write down the arguments as the person is saying it. I didn't do that with Ben Watkins, but yeah. So there's multiple skills that you have to acquire. You have to acquire some sort of shorthand, and you have to have a skill for doing them. If you were a professor, I'm sure a lot of people took notes, and to say like, yeah, I'm a very good note taker. If I was in Samish's class, I could probably basically repeat his whole hour class within generic structure of everything he said, because I have good flow shorthand skills that I developed mostly as a youth. And in terms of you're saying that it was kind of, it's like a shit show, or God forbid, but the problem is that people talk past each other. They don't really make points. There isn't a logical flow. So the purpose, so you say, yes, in a formal debate, if you really want to do a good performance, you do it during the debate and say, no, okay, we're grown people. This is an academic thing that I did in high school debate that I'm just trying to teach people. And so, Samish, you're a grown man, you're a professor, maybe you're already even retired, so you're
retired, yes.
I'm trying to teach you something that I learned in ninth grade. But yes, even you, as a retired professor, could still benefit from the hand exercise of flowing. And it's a guaranteed thing that if you debated and you did a flow afterwards, you're like a post-mortem, that it would improve
Yes,
your
yes,
argumentation,
yes.
your
I agree.
understanding of the structure of
I
arguments,
agree.
what the other people said, and
Sure, I
and
agree.
generally it's a good mental exercise
Sure,
in
I
general.
agree. In
And so that's
post
why we're doing
debate,
a Thursday night debate prep. So it's
post.
like I always feel like just like as an axiom, like you can't do debate prep if you don't do a flow because you need
Samish
some sort.
Bubby, Samish Bubby, you're starting to sound like a flow denier, Samish Bubby.
Who is this talking?
No
I'm the
idea.
I'm the chosen flow. I'm all about that.
Oh, the chosen flow. Okay,
I
whatever.
don't want to have any more trolling, especially not on Week in Review. If you want to come on and make an actual argument, cool, but please.
Listen. If you think that streaming is all debate, I don't believe it is. But it's probably mostly just talking, sharing ideas, and saying whatever you have in your mind. So
Well, I
therefore, if
accomplished
you
with Ben when I told Ben his basic overview, and he agreed that that was the proof of my flow success. That I was able to restructure Ben's arguments in a way that he said, yeah, you got it. You properly said over the basics of what he said. I understood what he said, and I'm able to repeat to a third party what he said in a way that he would be, yeah, that's basically what I said. And you know, the flowing exercise that like, okay, you know, I'm not saying you have to flow. And you know, I was like, Simon's the grown man. He's accomplished a lot in his life. And we give him homework. But it's like, yeah, if you want to debate, I would recommend that, and even just as an exercise in general for you know, really understand them. I mean, do you take notes when you go to lectures or events? Do you shorthand notes? And is it accomplishment to say that even someone I disagreed with, that I heard them out, I understood what they said, and even though I have my own opinions, that I would be able to say over to a third party what that person said, and the person would say, yes, that person accurately understood what I said and expressed it to another person. And so you don't necessarily have to flow to be able to accomplish that, but that's the academic method that, as far as I know, in the West, everyone uses. I had to do it, and in terms of analyzing a debate, saying like, we waste so much time trying to like what was said, what was the structure, as opposed if Jennifer had right here on the screen right now her flow that had Kay and Jenna and William and what they said and the arrows pointing of the Q&A, it would be a lot more tidy and handy than trying to recreate what everyone said, and that takes work. And so we can review. We don't have to. So you want to do debate prep, as saying like from my perspective, you have to put a little work into it, and that's what I'm trying to say. Like a flow should be the bare minimum that of a review. So like you don't flow a preparation for a debate. There's the arguments, but you could prepare by watching other debates, and you want to get better at debate, and you don't want to repeat the same arguments, and you don't want to be dumb. I don't want to go into the next debate, forgetting what Ben Watkins said. So from my perspective, we want to do like a debate prep show. The minimum requirement is that people have to do a flow.
Now, are you talking about in debate reference or just general conversation?
Well, I mean, for debate, I mean, the flow is very good for conversation. You just say that we don't talk past each other, and in any structure of any conversation.
Oh no, I totally agree. The only issue I have, sorry to cut you guys off, and hey guys, what's going on? But as far as that goes, it's just Doovid. I totally get you, because when you go on one of your rambles, it's fairly frequent that at times I have to jot down at least 2 to 3 different things, like certain keywords that will reference something you brought up, along with literally like just a little bit of my thought on it to kind of like jar my memory to think about what I was bringing up. And it's just, if you go on for like 5 to 6 minutes, like that can be a lot of work. And I think sometimes people get confused because there's a lot of information.
When you want to reciprocate, and even if you're only reciprocating on a few points, is okay, I missed a lot of that, but I got this point, and so let's have a conversation about that point, that it's logical. And then someone who maybe even just a structure, I mean, it's Talmudic, like Samish, I don't know how much you've studied Talmud, but saying like the page has no punctuation, but if you I did a lot of work trying to understand Talmud, and you have to dissect the conversation, and and a lot of times it diverges where we're supposed to be talking about consciousness, and now all of a sudden we're talking about recipes for ice cream or something like that, and there's some sort of structure of how we went from here to there to there, and a lot of times
It all links up.
well, I mean, it links up in some way that there was some sort of flow that got here to there, but like what we were talking about in the first place, what's the bigger picture? So if you had the flow, it was like Talmudic, where it's like 3 pages later and we're on a divergence. But like in the flow, you could see, okay, it was a very semi-related point, and once someone made that semi-related point, we diverged continually on that point. And if it was diagrammed in a certain way, it would make sense. And so any conversation, any stream, why are we talking about what we're talking about again? And there would be some logical structure. Oh, he said this, and he said that word, and because of that, he brought up this topic and that topic. And so you're saying I learned flowing because I took debate in 9th grade and joined the debate team, and I use the skill the rest of my life. And it makes for better conversations with everybody. You're just talking with your wife. You're saying like, you talk past each other, or she says this and you said that, and it was basically it was a real conversation. There was something she said, and in return something that you said, and it made sense that if you put it on paper, the whole conversation, that an objective third party would be like, yeah, that makes sense, this conversation.
Let me ask you a question, Doovid. If you had to go back and do another debate with Benjamin of the same topic, okay, which is, I don't know what was about maybe
Physicalism, consciousness.
physicalism, yeah. And I think it would be great, in fact, necessary to do the flow of your debate with him. But for out of nowhere, topic comes up, invitees come in. Okay, you want to talk about this coming in? How would you do it? That's what I said. That for Jen, when she had to deal with the debate about gods from a different religion, I mean, I would have done the same thing. I would have gone and learned about what are all the major arguments. Start going to, by the way, the Talmud is a written record. It's set in stone. In a debate, you talk your way out. Your thoughts are jumping from back and forth. In the Talmud, it's written. You can go back and check every word.
Well, Talmud is a flow of a debate. The Talmud basically is a debate flow.
But it's a written
you agree
record.
that the Talmud basically is a debate flow?
Has anybody measured the flow?
It is a written record. It is written record. Written.
But the flow of the arguments between the rabbis on various topics.
Yeah. Yes.
But
yes.
couldn't we map it out?
Well, I mean, the Talmud is kind of secretive. It doesn't have any punctuation. It's not written but I mean, that technically it's like the minutes of a debate. It just doesn't have
I'm just saying,
could
we map out a particular flow and see like if it was, I don't know, could we use like a Fourier transformation to kind of see if it was following a certain path?
Well, yeah, you could do that for any conversation.
Sure.
Just like parsing, like linguistics. You put things into structures and phrases, and just a connection. You say, okay, Samuel said this and made a few points, and then Memes, replies, and he replies to one of the given points and says that, and then then it's Jennifer's turn, so she could go back to one of the other points that Samish made and on that, or she could continue from what Meme said. And so an argument flow would just make clear that that's what happened. Samish made 4 points, and then Memes decided to make a comment on point 3, and then Jennifer decided to make a comment Memes made 2 comments on Samish's point 3, and then Jennifer decided to comment on Memes point 2 of Samish's point, and so on. That it's logical to see, this is what happened. This is how the conversation carried, and even though it wasn't a good debate, like
aren't we
like
getting
Jennifer,
up to 7 points there, where at times it might be hard to follow at certain points.
The
any
flows.
conversation is flowable, like linguistics.
You know,
Saying even a poor conversation, even retards or sounds like bird chirping, like could be sound into some sort of call and response. Tit for tat.
We prefer neuroatypical.
But I'm saying like well-formed, structured arguments that are a learning experience where you have clear delineations of opposite sides, like me and Ben, where we delineated opposite opinions, and then we argued on fine points, like the interaction problem. So Ben makes out his list, and then if it was a better debate, we didn't plan it in advance. So we kind of talked about it right before and decided to go more conversational. So if it was a more pre-planned debate where we knew more what we were going to be saying, it probably would have came out different. And hopefully, that's the purpose of talking about it, because the thing, good debate is majority prep. And so, Samish, you've been prepping your whole life for something. So he's like, I don't need to prep for a debate. I'm a grown man. I've been prepping my whole life. But you do have to prep. You have to structure your arguments.
Listen. Don't say that I don't prep. Okay, it all depends on which debate I'm going to talk about. Okay, it's you make it so formal. You make it like every conversation is so formal.
Well, I am a more formal, structured person.
Look, but this stuff on
I'm an engineer.
Streaming,
and like protocol, like you have to do basic protocols and
sure.
It's how we process it.
Don't make it all formal. I mean, come on, some conversation,
That's what I'm here for.
I think he's saying just chillax a little.
I'm creating a debate prep show. It's going to be formal.
You could have
we can have a written syllabus, but at the same time, you want to have people engaged. You want to have them feel part of the process rather than you are part of step N number 4 or something like that.
If you do your first debate and then you want to review the debate, you got to go through, so I would tell you, flow it out.
Oh, I completely
flow out the debate, and then, have it, in a clear piece of paper, and then we'll examine your flow. And
oh, my friends needled the heck out of me. It was interesting. I think it was technically, what was it? It was with an individual that identified as like a black nationalist and stuff. And then apparently I offended my host, which happened to be a brother Jew at one point, because I kind of sounded pro-communist to him, and he started losing his mind. It was very interesting. He is one of my internet senpais. He is a wise chicken hermit.
I'm gonna take a break now, so you guys carry on.
Samish, you have to understand something, Samish, about Doovid. He is
Domingo. I don't want to have to kick you, but
he is of high birth. Samish, he is of high birth. Do you understand? He's of high birth.
Are you saying he's a machine?
Okay, so again, it's like
I
Domingo,
guess I guess high birth. High birth is a way. It's like maybe from the Levi tribe.
I took high birth. I had good training. That I was taught flow. I was taught how to flow as a 14-year-old kid, where very educated other people, never learned that skill in their whole life. Because I took high birth and had good parentage and education, and training.
You've been blessed.
That's good. I need to catch up on the flow, I guess. Okay.
Jen, I feel like you need to make up your mind, Jen. Am I staying or am I leaving? What is it? What's going on here? What kind of flow are we? What kind of flow are we doing?
Can you be professional? You're already talked over me once.
We're doing the flow now.
Can you be professional and not kick me in the face while I'm speaking to Samish? Can you be a courteous hostess?
When I start talking.
Can you be a courteous hostess? Can you have some flow and some dignity?
I think she wants you to limit the trolling.
It's my channel. If I start talking, everybody has to be quiet. That's called civilization. I'll do my best not to cut people off, but
don't kick your guests in the balls.
Sometimes I need to talk. Okay.
So, sometimes you need to assert
I
your
need you to
authority,
respect decorum here because
but sometimes it backfires in your face.
you have
Now,
to
now
understand that
Samish,
I'm trying to engender a certain vibe here. And if that gets derailed like it was on the 5-hour shit show, where people who wanted to come on didn't because it was so hostile, that's basically what I don't want. I don't want it to get to a point of being hostile. And you're saying, well, Jen, sometimes you get hostile. It's like, why did Jen get hostile? Oh, right, because somebody else was being a total piece of shit, right?
all I did
Don't
was
act like
point
it's
out.
unprovoked.
All I did
So-
was point out a fact that Doovid has asserted in the past that he is of high birth. I'm not making that up. Those are Doovid's words.
So what's the point?
Well, the point is when you're of high birth, you
Yeah.
understand flow,
Yeah.
and when you're of such high birth as Doovid is, you
Yeah.
are one might say you are of flow birth.
See, I thought you just came in to troll him because that was what something Doovid said.
And by
God.
flow birth, we mean that Doovid's mother did not need to put any effort to give birth to Doovid because Doovid flowed right out of her vagina. And he started doing backspins on the floor right then and there on top of a cart.
Okay, sorry about that, guy.
I cannot believe it. I cannot believe it that people do this. But
And that's the thing. He's
He
like
was trying to be
lecturing me. He's
artful.
lecturing me in DMs that he cares about truth and that I don't care enough about truth. It's like, take a look in the mirror, guy. What are you doing?
The
You're
one thing
smarter
is,
than this, and you're fucking wasting my time with this dog shit. Go ahead, memes.
I view a person's channel as basically, okay, you're going into somebody's home. Do you necessarily drop to trow and take a massive crap on the floor, proverbially? It's like maybe if you're a little respectful, if you have a little bit of background and you've earned, maybe if you're not blabbing over the host or something all the time, it's like maybe you push the envelope a little bit. Maybe you go too far. Maybe you go too far. Sometimes I've been put in timeout. These things happen. Just saying basic courtesy. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, one question I wanted to talk about was like with this little debate that's happening now with Samish and Doovid here is there maybe a class of debates for which flowing it out doesn't make sense because we're already familiar more or less? Because I think I see flowing working better for the Doovid versus. Can you guys tell me that guy's name? I'm sorry, I keep forgetting it. The metaphysical
Benjamin?
debate. Yeah.
Oh, the Benjamin?
Yeah, him. So that would be good because it was more obscure of a topic. Whereas this topic is like everybody knows what people think about God just like as a concept, even if they don't believe religion. So it's like everyone's sort of it's a different type of conversation is basically what I was saying in the flow.
That's what I meant. It was not a formal debate at all. Because you didn't have knowledgeable people talking about paganism and atheism. You had two people adhering to some doctrines that they were not articulated. They didn't articulate their claim at all about atheism. It was so it was basically a conversation. It wasn't a debate. I don't know why the flow prior to that would have been good, but I think the flow means maybe someone, if he's going to be part of a debate about religions, he goes and learn about paganism and learn about atheism. They're easily readily available to see all the major claims that people are going to shoot at you if you are part of the debate.
Because fundamentally, a debate is about remembering everything and deciding out of everything which is the best thing to cite to substantiate your point. Right?
Exactly.
So I mean, that's what you're getting at.
Yeah, you've seen Hitchens' attitude about atheism with other people who are from you can see that it's very, very well structured, and you got two knowledgeable people talking about what they know what they were talking about, and they can talk about any time. It doesn't matter. It could be in the bar with a good beer. In fact, best debate comes up spontaneously, instead of having to say, well, I got to do this, I got to do this, I got to do this. I think that's probably a good strategy, but I don't think it is a necessary strategy, especially when it's just only discussion of people that want to say their opinion. They're not really a good knowledgeable in the field.
Jack Kerouac got kicked out of a bar in my hometown arguing over the placement of a comma.
Well, yeah, yeah. Well, I've had my problem with writing English, because English was not, and I really was writing like in the French system, because my first language was French. In the French writing system, you never go to the point. You circle around, close to the
You're
point,
you're
right?
you're, you're painting the argument and then you home
Exactly.
in.
And then you home in. But in American, when I start to write, they say, what are you talking about? And I said, well, it's artistic,
We write
No,
very loudly.
go straight to the point. Tell me what the heck you want to say the first sentence. Oh, okay, that's more formal. It took me a long time, and I really appreciated that way, because I thought, well, the French was just like, what am I talking about? I mean, you take the Foucault ones that I wrote. I published an article about Foucault from a sociological point of view. He just, if you read his Michel Foucault, he said his books, he never goes to the point. He just circle around and tell you stories about this, tell you about stuff. But that's way they write, and the argument is, their argument and the claim is at the end or at the middle of the essay, not at the first. First, they just let you.
This is the thing that kind of because I actually started reading a little bit like an article about Foucault. I'd actually love to read that article
Yeah.
if it was available. But the thing is, like, I'll listen to their argument. I'm like, okay, get to the point. I'm like, okay, so what you're saying is we should help at this particular. We should help incentivize these things and maybe have these things built into a general basic system in order to help maximize. Okay, I understand that. Why did you keep on leading me around? And I realize in French you try to be very pretty, but it's like
No, it is artistic. It is artistic. It is more like saying a painting. You just read. I mean, words are words, right? I mean, like, but still, it's still within that topic. It's not really way off. It's not off tangent. No, my point is, the issue is, why is this flow necessary? I mean, for a debate, and that's why what I try to inject in here, because I thought Jennifer did not have to do a debate to win a debate. I mean, that stuff that she participated was not a debate. It should have been. It wasn't, and the flow was not.
I don't recall, but it sounds kind of like blood sports.
Yeah, it was like more like, oh, I'm a pagan. I just came out and I discovered it. Well, tell me what arguments of the pagans. Go and read about it and tell me about the arguments. Do you agree with the argument of that person? And then the atheist never brought up anything about the argument for theist or deist or nothing, or okay, or Dorbach or.
Here's my question on this. When was the last time that somebody literally just like was with somebody that they probably disagreed with, they were unfamiliar on a topic, and they actually investigated the topic together? I don't know. Has that happened recently?
Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. But I think for me, a debate, that's what it is. You decide on the topic, your positions, and you got a moderator, right? Then after the debate, yeah, do the flow, do the analysis of what you said, and how could you gone differently, and how did he respond to you? Maybe he didn't understand, or she didn't understand, and so on. That would be good to do the analysis, the content. It's called in sociology content analysis, words by words, content. And then you just see what you've done wrong, but to improve you as a debater. And that's how we did it before. For me, a topic, you study the topic first, and you go to the debate.
There's a bit of an issue because most people don't formally assert their axioms. And usually when you make an argument, you have to refer to your axioms multiple times. But if the axioms are either unclear or unsubstantiated, you have a self-amplifying error, because each time an error is instantiated in code, it sort of has more effects, right? Like they're additive. So that's why I always have to try to bring it back to axioms, because I won't be able to, quote, flow the debate, i.e. understand what the other person is even saying without actually defining the terms. And I find stylistically people want to use a lot of terms that aren't defined. They just want to use jargon and then have a debate, which is like a Hegelian debate. So that's one style, but that's not going to work and there's a bunch of other styles that people try to do too, and that ultimately fail when you're trying to do a determination of truth between systems, because they may not be necessarily using the same jargon, hence the talking over each other problem.
That's right. That's right. The definition. Are we talking about the same thing? Your
That
definition, or your definition of one concept, and my definition of a concept might not be the same. But we need to say, okay, why are they different? They might not be the difference similar, but it's that's part of the discussing it. So
And
so
to
people
see,
think that, like, the atheist girl, for example, like, she was just trying to undermine my authority, right? Essentially, like, trying to poke holes in my credibility. But I don't want to say undermine my authority, because I don't want to say she's a bad person. I think she's fine. I'm just saying, like, that doesn't work, because,
that's not,
like,
well, no,
cutting down your opponent's position without a counter thesis,
right,
it doesn't progress the debate. Because to me, it's like, if we're going to flow it out a debate, what I want is an optics thing. It's like, who started out the strongest, i.e., out of the
exactly,
introductions, who had this. So basically, like, which horse was leading at the beginning of the race, right? And then
right,
where did it change? Like, because you know how the tempo or the mood or the vibe can change, and it's like somebody sort of takes control, or somebody gets like a BTFO or something, so the vibe changes, and we should like flow that out and look at it as a picture to see, like, does it actually tell a good story? I think that would work. That would be more beneficial than this flowing thing. Not that I'm not willing to do the flowing thing. It's just, what new information are you getting from flowing out arguments, from making a list? Because it's like, I can't memorize what the person said if I don't know what every word they used as axioms means, to a reasonably certain degree. Like, I don't want to go off into the, infinite hair splitting, but it's got to be an agreement on axioms to a reasonable degree. I.e., I won't necessarily have to agree with their axioms, but I have to get some inclination of what they are.
of where
right.
they're
I mean,
centered. That's why you say start with I am, because as long as you're building from that, at least you know where you're building from. So when you're saying something, you're actually saying something you believe it, rather than just saying what other people are saying because they're saying it.
The idea is that you should be able to deduce whatever it is that you want to prove, starting with the right axioms. And you can have a bunch of problems in the meantime because, false equivalences, poor metaphors,
right,
incorrect allegories. There's plenty of places you can make mistakes, but if you don't have that, like you say, that center, you have nothing by which to order the rest of the debate, and it ends up being a big list. And I don't know about you guys, but I get bored of that, because I don't have any way to store that information in my memory, because it doesn't make sense. Like, what's the point of storing something that doesn't make sense?
there's one point that probably I don't know whether you guys, whether you, Jen, have picked it up from the debate. It seems to me that people are they can easily question the epistemological idea. How do you know? That's all they know. How do you know that this is true? It's always the issue, the dilemma of epistemology. How do we know? How do we know that what we know is no? She's not debating pantheism. She should be more, because it's easy to say, to undermine somebody. How do you know? Oh yeah, well, I read about it. Here's a guy, here's a guy, here's a guy who says this. Here's a guy. There's a lot of people who said this, so that's why my point. I'm not a god. I mean, so it's just kind of silly that to use this epistemological all the time. How do you know this? How do you know that? How? Just tell me about what you think about this proposition or this axiom about pantheism. What do you agree with this idea from atheism? Why are you questioning how do I know that it is true that there is a God or whatever? How do I know? Well, I don't know. I believe. Even believing is not being sure, right? I mean, believing is not really knowing. If I was somebody, what is John? What I believe is I believe he's probably in the bar. What you're saying? You're saying you're not sure,
People are too
right?
quick to jump. People are often too
Yeah,
quick to jump to the attack phase.
so for me, a debate that is formal, the contenders, the participants should be knowledgeable about the topic they're talking about. But apparently, in your case, in the case of the moderation with all these different religious backgrounds, we're just basically a discussion. I mean, it was just discussion. It wasn't basically, I mean, I didn't understand nothing about the Christian guy. I don't know what he's saying. He never brought up the idea of Jesus or dying for our sin. Maybe he did. I couldn't really understand him at all in terms of his argument and why. I don't know whether that the debate was about supporting your religion or my religion is better than yours, but I don't think it was that. It was just only here's what I why I believe this way.
It was
So
not specific enough.
yeah. Well, it was just, and also you had people that just adhere to some ideas about their
Well, if it
position.
got more specific, it would become more competitive. And I get the
Right,
feeling that that channel doesn't want it to go to being blood sports. And
right,
people,
right.
like, I'm fine with a competitive debate, and I'm not going to lose my temper. But a lot of people, when it gets competitive, they take it as a personal insult, and then they start insulting me. So it's like,
Right, yeah.
well, it's like,
That's true. That's true.
and then
That's not
you're into some more rhetorical stuff because it's like rhetorically, does it make more sense to address the insult with another insult, or and then you're into a whole other type of analysis that's like it's not debate anymore, it's debate adjacent, it's the blood sports thing, and it's like I'm prepared for a
right.
debate here. Let's not drag it into blood sports. So it's almost like an etiquette thing that we need to sort of pre-warn the moderator that if somebody goes into the direction of ad homing, the moderator needs to jump in right away and say, like, okay, like you need a 20-second cool down period to just
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
seriously take a deep breath, because it's like, okay, something that got said that was a little bit shocking and you didn't like it, that doesn't then entitle you to lash out at the person that said it, right? So just, be patient here.
The thing is, it's so entertaining for the zingers and stuff like that. So how do you get to a balance of you can have entertainment, you can prove a point, but you don't necessarily cross that line, or if you
You can
cross
still
that
have
line up
zingers.
there.
You can still have zingers, but they have to be idea zingers.
I
They
mean,
shouldn't be personal attacks.
it's
Go
the
ahead, Doovid.
theatrics of the program where they bill it as a debate. I mean, really, yeah, the majority of people tune in, and it's the zingers that are the highlight that makes it worth watching. And it's because it's billed as a debate, but it's really just kind of like conversations on topical build as a debate. And you can't really debate unless you're trained at it. And when it comes to actual debate, debates are won almost exclusively in preparation. And at the end of the day, you can't really win a debate. Like it comes down to preparation, and if it's a trained person, a good debater, and you're out prepped, you're going to lose. And so it's really just hard work. That a good debate is basically reading these books, studying these topics, really thinking about these things, flowing out the debates, and you have to have passion for it. It's like chess, where the people who are really good at chess, it's because it really interests us, and that's what we think about in our spare time. Not necessarily because I want to win and be awesome because I'm good at chess, but because it really interests me, and I just really like thinking about it. So it's fun to think about. I could force myself to think about it, like because I want to win or something, but it's not the same. So it's the same thing with debate. The best people who have a passion for doing it, and a lot of times out of religion, like Talmudic or Vedic, where the goal is truth, and the person realizes or has been trained. Part of our system is that debate is part of the process, and debate forces you to do the hard work. A lot of times in Israel, yeshiva, Vedic culture, Arab cultures, you kind of have like a class leader that debates the teacher. The teacher teaches, and then there's one person, generally on behalf of the class, who debates with the teacher, and basically always loses. And the role of the person who debates with the teacher is internally, because they debate with the other students. And then like eventually when you start beating the rabbi, you stump the rabbi, it's time that you become the rabbi. And that system is pretty common, and debate is the method to really break your mind and understand the dynamics of the issue. And it's a public display, just like fighting for proving dominance of who really understands the ideas. And kind of like chess or any form of expertise, it's
or,
mostly
or
hard work.
professional wrestling, as Ric
You
Flair
could have
always
a high,
said.
you
To
could
be the
have a
man, you
high
got to beat the
IQ.
man. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, you can have a high IQ, but it's basically hard work that even a significantly below average intelligent person, if they really understand an issue and the structure of the arguments, can win debates on their topic, because debates are largely won in preparation.
So what you do, I mean, in Talmudic studies, you always do it with one person, right? Like it's always two students arguing, studying a text or a section of a text, right? That's the debate, right? You don't have more than two people. Right? It's better to do it with two people, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, if two students are both about equal
Okay.
on
So
understanding, we take the
It's
Pilpul
another
method.
dynamic.
We would take the Hebrew text, we would
Okay.
read it, and I would say what I think it means, and
Sure.
you would say what you think it means, and
Okay.
then we would debate about it, and then we would have a class with the rabbi, and maybe the rabbi would tell us, like, and then there might be a debate where everyone was together, and then we would have, one of us would have our
Okay.
chance to debate with the rabbi.
So you have.
And yeshiva,
So you
usually
have.
the rabbi walks. There's rabbis or people walking around, so everyone's in a room. So even though it's me and you arguing about a text per hour, it's still in a larger room where you could, at any point, speak to other people.
Yeah, but that's really like study debate. That's really you're studying something. You're trying to force other people to. So it's really different.
You might literally have a rabbi at the front of the room looking
right.
at you. So I mean, there's literally like a rabbi who,
Sure.
in theory, has the answers to all of the questions. A superior understanding, and he's literally looking at you. And like in the yeshivas, a lot of them, seating is kind of by rank of knowledge, and it almost naturally works that way. So you're looking at the people who know the topic better. And in Vedic culture, I mean, it's really like a general masonry to it, and it's more about the goal is to serve God, and the way you serve God is through studying and living the text. So it's not necessarily like that the rabbi or the everybody has the same purpose of the debate. It isn't to prove seniority. The goal is truth. That's why it's part of a religious system.
Right. I see. So I see.
As
It's
opposed
really
to the internet, what we're doing, it's mixed. And even Talmudic, there's a lot of bias within Orthodox, yeshiva type or Vedic, culture. That's not like all altruistic, but there's a theoretical altruism to it.
right. Yeah, I think the Talmudic studies of two students, and then going to the rabbi, and then he's going to suggest how you're going to look at it, and maybe that's dynamic. That's probably great. I mean, I'm sure it's really important. But my question about the flow stuff, I was just wondering about whether it's necessary or not, because it depends on the focus, on the topic, and the audience. Of course, that's really important. And if it's formal, yeah, I agree with you. The flow study is really important. But
Miss Amish, qu'est-ce que c'est cette résistance au flow?
je ne suis pas en résistance au flow. Alors ne commence pas. Si tu as une question à me poser, tu me la poses.
C'est une folie furieuse, votre résistance.
Non, il n'y a pas de folie
I don't
furieuse,
speak
monsieur.
French. But no. If I could ask both Doovid and Samish a question, would you say Doovid's debate was a debate or a conversation?
Which debate? Because I've listened to many sessions of his.
The most recent one.
Benjamin, yeah. It was a debate, because the moderator was pretty good in kind of channeling issues and so on. So I think it was a debate. Jen's participation, it was not a debate. It was more or less a discussion. In fact, you see the moderator giving equal time to everybody, because of the perception that two people were taking over or whatever. So it's mostly like, okay, let's divide the time equally among all the participants. Well, that tells you a little bit that it was not really truly a debate, because it was more or less, okay, tell us what you think, and that's it.
But isn't that what a debate often is if it's formal, or like, see, what I tend to think is at some times you'll have something like if you had like a Professor Peterson and a Zizek, I kind of view that as like mixed mental arts. It's all right. Here are these two individuals. They are regarded highly by a number of different people. They're having a debate. And yes, there were some zingers and stuff that came out of there, but it was
Sure.
interesting to see. Go on.
But you see, in a debate like that, in a formal debate, you have a topic and you have some questions. You have a specific question that the debater needs to deal with. You have like subtopics, so to speak. You've seen it sometimes with Hitchens, with Harris, and all with other people. It's really so structured.
Well, shouldn't you have that just as like a show map?
For Jen, it was just okay. Discussion between four different religious people, or not religious people, but three different.
What could go wrong?
Yeah, but so it wasn't formal. It wasn't like really pinpointed to the okay. Let's talk about he's talking about religion. Let's talk about this issue about the religion. How would Christianity look at this issue? How would pantheism look at this issue? And let people talk about that particular issue. But instead, it was just like, okay, I'm an atheist. Okay, I just came in. It was like very, very unstructured. It was still okay. Let me.
It's just kind of
But it was
jumping
just,
all around.
yeah, it was unstructured. So it wasn't, So I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it wasn't bad.
I think my general view on this point is something that very often happens. At times, somebody will say something, somebody has a comment on that, and then somebody else kind of like jumps in at that point. The other person's trying to be respectful, and then it could like jump around a little bit. So the idea has like transformed several times. And if you got a person that like is making a really good point, they're being very like wherever you end up, that seems to be the most recent thing. So that person that was very passionate about another point may have actually forgotten their point. So like I get where Doovid says like if you're actually taking notes, that's extremely useful. Just
useful, right?
In more casual conversation, and even at times like some people just don't write things down. It can be hard to remember.
It's hard. It's really hard.
Multiple dynamics. So I mean, at least in my debate with Ben Watkins, it was more conversation. It wasn't like a point by point debate. It was more he made his presentation, then I made my presentation, and we asked a few questions, but we didn't really give any point by point attack on the other person's position. And that's most debates are actually set up that way with you're just questioning, not like a formal academic scored debate where you're supposed to do like point by point, and if you don't attack a point, it's like you conceded it, and that's where you really need the flow, because you score it on a certain way that if you don't attack a point, it could be considered conceded, and so for ultimate scoring, that you do actually want to make an effort to attack every single point your opponent makes. But at least on one level, me and Ben Watkins, there wasn't a debate like that. It was more just opposing presentations and question and answer, including to each other, that went relatively friendly. At least it was a debate type setup where you had two people who are somewhat, so to say, experts in the field that represent opposing schools, where I obviously am a dualist, and I explain I love doing rituals. I chant in various things because I believe they work, and I've studied the text, and the text basically all refer to some sort of dualism as the explanation for how these things work. And then I gave a few arguments, and Ben, is the physicalist, although he was kind of a monist, where two aspects of one feature. So he wasn't like a pure school physicalist, but he was the opposing school, and he laid out the argument. So you didn't get much like tit for tat, and you didn't get really either one of us heavily attacking the other person, but we presented the main arguments, and you had legitimate representation of opposing schools, as opposed to Jennifer's debate, where it was unclear you really had legitimate representation of the various schools. Like the pagan said she only really been doing it a year and didn't know that much about it, and the atheist basically said the same thing. that they only recently became an atheist and weren't really an expert in it. So it was conversational, but it wasn't even clear that like the person representing paganism was representing paganism. So at least me and Ben, it was clear like that I was representing dualism and he was representing physicalism, as opposed to Jennifer's God forbid William's sound was so bad that it was hard to tell if he was what he was saying. And the two women, only like half even represented their own position. You can still be good content, so it's still minor form debate, and it's like it's really just billed as a debate because people really just want to see the zingers, so they don't care. Call it a debate, have people not really representing their position. They just wanted to see the few zingers, and you still had somewhat interesting conversation, and it just pays more to bill it and hype it as a debate.
Sure. I mean, taking notes. And let me ask you a question, Doovid, because I listened to your stream with Joseph Cohen. He had a very structured question toward because of what you've. If you have done it,
that was a good debate. Like that was a pretty structured debate.
Well,
like he was.
I don't know whether it was a debate. It was Q&A, okay, showing you what you have said previously, right, and asking you to defend yourself, and you did a really good job. Now, have you done a flow of what you said before to when you discussed with him that live or not?
No,
were you
both
prepared?
of those I was hit on the spot. So if it was a better debate, you would have preparation. So like if it's a
okay,
the other team, the structure, their basic argument. They might switch in try to surprise you, but here he didn't tell me beforehand. Like he told me he's asked me some questions, but he didn't give me the questions in advance. And neither Ben Watkins, like I had suggested to Arjun that we talk in advance and somewhat give the arguments, and we didn't even discuss till 10 minutes before the show who was going to be the affirmative or the negative, whether and I thought I was going to be arguing against physicalism, and then but I said we didn't really hash that out till literally 10 minutes before the show. So we couldn't really have we tried to put on a good program and good arguments, but saying like no, I mean proper preparation prevents poor performance, and we really should have discussed that beforehand. And like even Jennifer's going to be on JF. They probably they could probably discuss it in Twitter message, but like, I mean, Jennifer, did you prep and discuss with the other panelists before the debate and like, was someone late or something like that? Were you talking and like mapping it out? I mean, I always try to do that. And even week in review before we went live, me and Jennifer at least mapped out, the main things we wanted to talk about or who we thought might come on or something like that. But did they even do that on Modern Day Debate?
No, they basically chit-chatted for about. The women talked about their babies, and the moderator guy didn't really say much because there was another guy that didn't talk during the entire show, who I think was actually the one hosting the stream there. So he was the one who
it didn't occur to them to like, let's discuss what we're going to talk about. So they wanted to use the time socializing, getting to know each other, and saying that's probably more the direction of the show. That's why I said they got like a little community there, and they're friends, and they hype it as debate. But like in terms of debate, it's kind of like B-rate, and it's like T-Jump is probably an exceptional debater, but I'm saying it's really kind of like a talk show that's billed as debate, but it's not really. And T-Jump is the only one there that that's really quite a good debater. They might occasionally get some debaters, and it doesn't mean that it's not good content. And I guess for Jennifer, it wasn't the proper venue for you, but that you needed to get on, so they that was your first gig or whatever. So a lot of times it doesn't make sense your first gig. They just
like you were saying, they didn't want, if one of us tanked, they didn't want to ruin the whole show. So since we were all new, they brought 4 people on at once. I think that was intentional, just like as a test or audition, I guess.
Yeah, I thought maybe if it was me and T-Jump, like Arjun said like we would maybe debate on his channel, and then from there, like if it was a good debate, we do it on a larger channel. But I mean, there's multiple ways to do it. I mean, JF did that. He came on to Brundle, and we talked on Brundle's channel, and then he invited me on his channel.
Hasn't JF done some team debates?
But I'm saying JF, he before he had me on his channel, he came on to another channel and we talked, and saying so like in a vetting way, like did he think it was going to work? Saying that modern day debate, like I mean, they probably have a pretty formulaic way of doing it. We might even just be able to figure out from observation the patterns of how they run their channel. But I mean, there's a lot of ways to run the channel, and saying at the end of the day, they're doing what they're doing, and it's like Judaism, like debate, like they're a debate society. Debate means different things to different people. They have a big platform. That's why I said Thursday, everyone was basically a winner from the participants because they got, in front of a bigger platform. Like Jennifer only got 20, only got like 20 new subs. I was hoping she would get over 100 new subs and get, monetized. But presumably everybody got more subs. Everybody, increased their networking. It was in the way they did it, whatever that, it takes a lot of time to vet and plan these things. So they just like piled 4 people for like, micro streamer, into a program, and then they'll play it from there. So, I mean, it's a reasonable strategy. And you're saying like, yeah, you could always put more work into it. So, streaming, proper preparation, and maybe they didn't put much preparation. Maybe they just booked it, and when it came, they did it, and or whatever preparation that they put in. But like, yeah, I don't think you're really going to get to the bottom of issues on modern day debate. Like I say, you might hear some good arguments, get some understanding, but like, no, I mean, you're not really going to get to the bottom of complicated issues on modern day debates.
I was happy that I was able to give a run through of the reincarnation proof and to show the quantum periodic table. And I thought that was pretty well. I mean, you can't go into super depth, but I got the overall sort of gist of it. So in terms of what could have been asked, like some of those questions were not bad at the end from the audience.
Well, I think the two women, Jenna, I mean, realized that you were way more prepared for this than they were. I mean, I think that was obvious to them even.
Yeah.
She was knowledgeable. That's what it is. The other
honestly, William was really hard to hear. So he may have been prepared or knowledgeable, but I mean, like sound quality is a big deal. Like when your sound is like, half 70% lower than the other panelists, it's just unbearable. Like you can't really listen to something with crap sound quality. And, you really got to work that out before the show. It's a big show. It's like JF or something, like we just, walking through guests and this technology. But if you're going to have a professional show, you have to prepare that in advance, do a sound check, a tech check, so that, I mean, it's like, come on. I mean, just like karmatically, it's like, I mean, I guess, it's better the content than nothing. I'm not saying that I'm not saying they should stop doing it because they didn't do as good of a job as could be, but it's like, yeah, I mean, it's like, it's hard to, you really got to get your tech together.
So, okay, Jen, are you going to do the flow of the next debate? Listen, guys,
I'll rewatch it and I'll flow it out, and we can talk about it on Doovid's Thursday night. But yeah, that I like to go along with the.
Yeah,
I'm very cooperative. I don't mind doing it. I question its utility, but I'm sure it'll be good for the audience.
Yeah, I mean, if you took any debate class, like guaranteed, like that's what you would do.
Okay. Listen, guys, I wanted to leave because
thanks for coming on. It was great to hear your opinions, and we hope you'll participate in a future stream. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, sure. I just jumped in just because of this flow stuff, and people were saying, "What the heck? You don't know what the flow is?" I said, "Well, wait a minute. Although this flowing, I could see the sequence of argument, the flow. Yeah, okay, yeah." But I really question its necessity for all type of discussions and debate. Formal debate, yes, yes. Open discussion where you kind of brainstorm ideas and let people speak up and to develop a certain maybe consensus or something of that nature. That would be very good. That
It's
would
kind of
probably not.
parallel to keeping notation when playing chess. It's in like if you're playing a tournament
Oh
or
yeah, yeah,
competitively, it's like you have
yeah.
to take notation. But like flowing
Right.
the debate is comparable, where it's like your average, but like I don't want to take notation. I just want to play a game of chess. So I got to take notation, and it's like I just want to have a debate. Like I don't want to make a flow. But I mean, I'd put it on like a parallel to that. Like you're saying, like I mean, you could because it's recorded. It's not like a
Sure.
chess game. Like you can't
You,
rely on your
you,
memory.
you can well to be fair, you can actually go back and stuff. Like if you were to have it, if you need to say, well, what exactly a person did say. See, I view it more as kind of like as professional wrestling. It's kind of like a dance and everything. You can go back and forth. Somebody's pushing. Somebody's maybe gaining advantage at a point, and then maybe a person can stop them. Maybe they don't. Maybe they get raffle stomped. Maybe you're like Mick Foley getting stopped the Hell in the Cell. You think it's over, but also no, they come back. They have a point because that's also entertaining. The question is, how do you maintain that balance and not necessarily slipping, as Jen was saying, just basically into those nonstop, just useless ad hom attacks? Now, if you had a little bit of a zinger and you actually had a point, there's one thing. But if you're just literally just default into the back of the day, it's like, oh, your mama. It's like, really?
Yeah.
It's lazy. It's lazy. It's my opinion.
Flowing is kind of like a technique, and it's a widely accepted technique. And so I'm almost shocked that you guys aren't familiar with it. But like, I was taught it, say, ninth grade. From what I understand, I think every major debate class, like, I mean, like it just like saying there's no way you didn't take debate like a class. You never took debate in university or high school, because I can't imagine if you're taking a debate class that they wouldn't have taught you flowing.
No, I mean, I never really did. I mean, I participated in debate in the graduate school, like I was debating against Marxism. There is a group that we decided to say, okay, you defend Marx-Leninist ideology, and I would come up with some counter argument against it, not on the part of the praxis or policies, but in terms of the fundamental ideas, in terms of what it says. Yes, I did that, but I studied and I studied everything, So basically, when you made the point that my students take notes, and you're referring to that as a flow, I don't think that was really kind of like, oh yeah, I took notes, yeah,
I mean,
sure,
shorthand. Well, I
sure,
mean,
shorthand,
it's like
yeah,
a flow.
yeah,
But I was
sure,
saying
yeah,
the
sure.
flow,
And
you need to know shorthand,
who
and it's
doesn't
similar
have
to.
who doesn't do that in school? You have to do that. But what I'm trying to figure out is, why do you think this is a necessary for everything? Well,
Well,
yeah,
I said it's
I
necessary
guess.
for debate. Like
Well, you made it sound like I don't know nothing, and I should be knowing about this because it's
well,
an
you do. I was saying like I mean,
eighth grade education should know about it.
well, I mean,
Well,
saying you
guess
never.
what? I learned how to take shorthand. When I was in graduate school or even in regular 4 year schools, I take notes. Yes. And I go back and then rearrange them to make sure what they say. But now go ahead and try to take notes. Now everybody is with the laptop doing multitasking, and the professors is really asks to do a PowerPoint presentation with title, subtitle of what he's going to say. If he doesn't do that, he's not a good professor. So it's really handed out to them, the students now. Talking about taking notes. They don't take notes now. They have a laptop in their classroom and they're multitasking all the time. They're listening, and they know they're going to get a PowerPoint presentation of a lecture number one on the topic of this, lecture number two, PowerPoint presentation that are so elaborate. Some of them are 30 pages, and it was required. You have to do it, or else you're not a good professor.
You're
So go
giving.
ahead.
Was saying flowing. I showed the Wikipedia. Maybe I'll do more research into it. Has been around in the West for over 150 years. Like it's basically canonized that if you take a debate class or participate in competitive high school, college debate, that you have flows. And so you're saying, I mean, debate means different things to different people, but you're saying like, no, you never took a debate class. Like you're an educated man, you did debates, you performed in debates, you were part of societies that had debates, but you never took a debate, you never took a class on debate. And it's saying that, like, had you taken a class on debate, I say it's impossible that they wouldn't have taught you flowing, because it's like
Well, I guess I never really thought I would be debating. Maybe I don't know. I mean, I didn't see any classes of debate. Maybe in communication department, in English department, but it wasn't a requirement because and I never
or so
really
even if
thought
you
of it.
have you ever bought a book on debate? I was saying, like,
No, I didn't.
you don't have a book on your shelf on debate.
No, I don't have a debate. I don't have a book about how to do debate because I don't think of myself as a debater.
Yes, I understand. Like, flowing is like
Okay. I could be
fundamental.
part of. Yeah, look,
If you want
listen.
to look
I
into
could.
debate, flowing is like a fundamental aspect that I say, like, any book, any class on debate would have it.
Well, taking notes and you call it flow as if something is different, new,
An argument
innovative,
map. An argument
an
map.
argument map. Well, it's taking notes of what other people said. Yeah, sure. Yeah. But I didn't take a course about debate to
Okay.
tell me how to take notes, how to write all the
How
arguments.
different your
If
life would have turned
I
out if you took high school debate class. I mean, your life would
nothing,
have been
it wouldn't
completely
change.
different had you
Oh,
taken high school
really?
debate class.
Oh, really? No, it turns out to be very good. To be very good. I took good notes, prepared them, studied them, go back to them, compare them with the textbooks. You remember? You'd have a textbook that doesn't really fit the lecture of the professor. Yeah. I mean, I've got a whole bunch of stuff, a whole bunch. I still keep them, and I go back to them. My notes. Yeah, I take notes. If you call it the flow, that is required for the debate, I wouldn't disagree with that. I wouldn't disagree with that. But to tell me that I have to take a debate class to learn about the flow, I disagree. However, you define flow as taking notes, argument notes one after that. If you call it the flow of the arguments, yeah, sure.
Well, it's
But
a
don't tell
special
me
note taking for debate, because debate is structured in a different way than a lecture. And saying, like, no, I mean, you don't have to take a class. You came on to
no,
Doovid's debate prep, and now you know flowing. Like, you came on to Doovid. You're friends
I
with
am not
Doovid,
going to look.
and you
I am
joined
not.
my Thursday night
I am.
debate prep,
I'm
and now you
sorry.
know the art of flowing. And instead of
I don't
thanking me,
know. Art flowing.
you're like, I mean, because
There's no
you're so
art.
happy that instead of
There's
just thanking me, you're arguing
there is
because you
no
like
art.
this.
There is no art of flowing. There is an art of taking notes and organizing them. Don't give me the flow stuff as if it's you go to Wikipedia, I'll go and check it out. Believe me. See you later, guys.
Oh yeah, take care. Thanks for coming on.
Well, I mean, really, to be official, we'd have to do a debate as to which memory technique was the best, right? Between all of them. To know for sure.
I think it's conceptual. Like, once the first person produced a flow of a debate, it became, and I think even like Lincoln Douglas, like those debates were flowed, that everyone did it. Like, it was just obvious. Like it was just like a Nat chart or something like that. That if you wanted to do a schedule and conceptually, think about it, and then someone did a Nat chart, and from then on, you're saying, like, that's a really good way to conceptualize schedules. And so the same thing with a debate flow. Like, it was a technique that someone came up with, and once they did, it basically became dominant that everyone who does debate does it.
Huh. Sure. I mean, I think everybody does some type of flow. I don't know that everyone's writing out all the contents of their debates and getting anything out of that. But I guess it could help with memory.
Well,
yeah,
I mean,
so
really
Domingo
helps.
still
It
wants
helps.
to come on, but I guess there's no point in having him back on at this point. He can't control himself.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just the memory; it's the structure of the arguments. It's a flow chart. So I mean, it's more than just notes. I mean, notes, like anyone takes notes, is important, but note taking where you're reproducing a logical structure and even a geometric representation of an argument map. So it's it's really a complicated conceptual thing. It's really, it's really like, there's multiple techniques for doing it.
Could we use like a flow chart?
If you knew what the axioms were, you could use flow charting to see if any of the people contradicted themselves throughout their argument. That would be a large chart.
No, did you just kind of like plotting out like at least the topics? Because I think that would make it easier for folks to say, okay, I'm referring back to Doooovid's second point that he had made a couple of minutes ago. So at least like you're connecting it, because at least sometimes I forget sometimes what people said.
Yeah, but so it's a combination of note taking. So like, okay, you don't forget what people said, but also a geometric argument map representation of what they said and where it fits in to the overall bigger picture of the argument. So I mean, it's much more than just note taking.
You could see what other arguments are maybe bolstering another argument they have, because it's like, all right, I'm consistent on these things. These things are flowing into based upon our axiomatic structure, whatever that may be, and that would lead to more effective argument. No.
I mean, maybe I'll do more research, because like I didn't like. I mean, honestly, like I just took flowing. I took debate in 9th grade and learned flowing. Like I didn't really think of it since then. Like I remember it from 9th grade, and thanks Coach Art Foysen for teaching me how to debate. Like I don't think I really ever seriously like took books or another course on it. But like I'm glad I learned how to flow in 9th grade. I don't have to look more into it in the science in the history, but it was saying like, yeah, it's a great technique, and it's really a precursor to debate. So like even just the argument, like I don't want to flow, I don't want to flow. It's like, well, then you're not going to be a good debater. And it's saying like, okay, like Simon's a smart guy, take notes and the various things, but like if you can't flow, you're not going to be a good debater. And I'd say that also to Jennifer. If she can't flow, she's not going to be a good debater.
Is that argument valid, though?
Yeah, man, it's pretty valid. Saying it's standardized, all competitive, formal debate has it. In when we talk about the scoring also, because how do you score a debate? So if it's a debate where there's a judge and they give a score, that there's different methods for doing it, and sometimes there's like a point total, and there's different sections for speech quality, but sometimes it's really a point by point tally that is purely based on the argumentation, and it literally is the flow where the first affirmative lays out so many points, and then the negative has to attack as many points of those possible, and then could give disadvantages which are separate from that. But if you fail
like
to,
well,
so if the first affirmative puts forward 10 arguments, and you attack like 7 of them and leave 3, and then propose 2 disadvantages, and say, but it was kind of like a point total. They put 10 arguments, and you attack 7 of them, and then they defeat you on 2 of them clearly, and 1 of them, shaky. It would kind of be scored that side won, because they had more arguments or defeated more arguments on a point tally, and that's the most, so to say, objective. So this was a bigger argument or a more important argument versus simple score. And so the actual scoring of debate is based on the flow. Like you can't actually debate without the flow, because that's how it's scored. That's how you know who won, because there's dangling arguments that didn't have rebuttals. And if there's an argument that doesn't have a rebuttal, that's a point. And so like literally debate is a flow, and there is no such thing as debate without it. You have to do it. The judge does it, and the score is based on, you get like a point for every dangling argument without a rebuttal.
Is that how many people that often engage in quote unquote debates do it though? Like, is that actually like what are we trying to measure in that particular?
Well, that's how
layout,
it's
Doovid?
scored.
No,
If,
no,
if you're doing
understand.
a debate and it's scored that way, then that's what it takes to
Does that
win.
still actually determine who wins? Because, like, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to convince the judges? Are you trying to convince an audience? Like, what are you trying to get that zinger in there? Because
Well, I'm saying
different people
if
may have
it's
different
scored,
intentions.
so informal debate, you're not trying to convince an audience. Like, and usually it's not in front of an audience. It's just in front of like a classroom with just the judges.
It's
And you might,
conversation,
if it's a bigger debate, you might have 3 judges, and the judges just score it, and they have to hand in their score, and they have to hand in their flow, and the score is based on the flow. So that you could like any form of sports or competition, you could object to a ruling, and then they would look at the judge's flow, and the judge would have to justify based on their flow of how they scored it, because as I said, you get awarded points for I forget what they call them, like dangling arguments without rebuttal. That if on the flow there's an argument without a rebuttal, that's a point. And so if the judge makes one person the winner and you say that's impossible, here's my flow, and like I have 15 points with no rebuttal and he only has 3 points with no rebuttal, there's zero possibility that without cheating you scored it this way, and then they would have the appeals committee or whatever. But it's saying like debates have flows. Like there is no such thing as formal like competitive debate without a flow.
Well, then every insult is going to count as what, a point? I mean, has anyone established whether the points are valid, right?
What I'm saying, I mean, Jennifer's just okay. The people are just teasing each other. That's a debate. But it's saying it's
No,
not like
but people get insulting in a debate, and does that get scored as a point, or is it a negative?
Is it a foul?
you could give
It
more.
should be a foul. It should be like -2 points if you do an ad hom.
Usually there's a scoring system that has different parts. So there might be a few points for presentation and various topics, but the majority of the points are going to be objective, based on something demonstratable on the flow that the person, the opposing side, gave up on an argument that one
I'm
guy
assuming that all the judges are hyper biased and basically probably want the worst for me.
That's the purpose
So
of
I'm
the
looking
flow.
for a
I'm saying, like,
way
I mean,
to make sure that they're
it's
biased.
hard for me to
but
comprehend
they're
how you
good.
don't comprehend this. Like, that's the purpose of the flow, is to get rid of bias. And even the scoring system, you're saying to somewhat objectify and saying, yeah, you can't object like a scoring to say all points, all one arguments are worth 1 point. How do you weight arguments? So they do give some usually discretionary points to the judge, like through presentation or various. So if it's 10 points total, and I mean we could look at the various scoring systems, but I'm saying this.
When you say flow, Doovid, I get what you're saying, but would a more accurate definition in this instance be maybe protocols, or basically like the outline, or
It's
like
called
the
flow.
format?
It's called flow. That's the
Right.
term. It's called flow. Like if you go, it's on Wikipedia. It's called flow.
No, I get you. Just when I hear flow, very often, maybe it's because I prefer conversations myself. We go to the flow of the conversation. The conversation may not follow a necessarily predefined structure there, but
Maybe that's why it's confusing you. I'm saying, like,
Okay.
for whatever reason in debate, it's called flow. Like if you understand flow, whatever you understand to be flow, like, yeah, it makes sense, to call the flow. But the charting system and the score is called flow.
the
Like,
academic terminology.
Memes, do you know what nested tabs are?
I believe
On
so.
Microsoft Word, if you use like a bullet points and then you have bullet points, you push enter and you push tab, it starts another bullet point that's one tab in and a different shape.
Yes.
You know what I'm talking about? And theoretically, you could do that an arbitrary number of times, and you'd basically be like stair stepping down from left to right. That might work, because then if you get off into a digression, you want to make it clear what the original question was. But that only works if you actually have formal questions, right? Like I could do that easily if the debate on Modern Day Debate was like 3 questions that we all had to answer. But that wasn't the format of it, right? So there would be just like 3 nodes or whatever. There'd be the intro.
It's far more arbitrary. It would have to be so much more complex in order.
Well,
to
there
try
was
to
no
track it.
flow in this, and not in the sense Doovid means it. I mean, in the literal sense, there was no flow in the actual question section because it was just like, okay, everybody take their turn to ask one question to whoever, which seemed it just couldn't help but be unfair and lopsided at that point because that atheist girl wanted to jump down my throat immediately about believing in God. Right, because she starts with like, well, why don't you just call it the universe? It's like, that's not the point. And I don't have the time to tell you why you're wrong, right? The point is that it shouldn't have happened. There should have been predetermined questions we were all going to answer, and then we could have actually prepared.
If you put the screen
For the
share
show.
on, I think I shared this exact one before. But yeah, so generally in academic debate, you have a statement and then you argue on the statement, and the first person gives what they call advantages to their position. And so the flow would have the advantages that the first affirmative gives towards their position. And then the first negative argues against the advantages. So academic debate is structured in a way that matches flowing because the way you're supposed to do it, you give advantages. And so here's an example that the person listed 8 advantages, and here the person made arguments against 5 of them. So if it was a scoring type way, that if they lose 2 of those arguments, then the affirmative is going to win. And so a lot of times they draw the arrow. So here in the the rebuttal, so the affirmative makes counter arguments on all the arguments and continues to bolster the points, the advantages they made that weren't attacked, and so on in the reply, and that could go on. So that's very in like so in a scoring system, if the judge ruled one way or the other, it's actually like a point where usually you get a point for each advantage, and so if you could get an advantage through, you get a point. And if you give the point, the judge has to justify it, and the judge has to hand this in, that this flow is a requirement for the judge to do, and usually the judge has to hand it in the sometimes it's even part of the scorecard, that if the judge actually had a scorecard, that the scorecard would include the flow. And actually sometimes the debaters themselves have like a form, and it includes the flow. That so the technique when you do high school debate, you have to flow it because it's scored and set up in a certain way where it's required to do. Versus what we call an argument map is a logical structure. So saying the academic technique of what I'm recommending you should do if you did like high school or college debate is a good academic technique, but the greater science is actually the argument map. And so it's not necessarily like 1 advantage, 2 advantage, 3 advantage, but an actual comprehensive flow chart of the points the person made and how the points that the other people make go in correspondence to it. And it's like a template chunk where really that's representative of how well you understand it. So when you're in a debate and so say you win, it's because you had that template in your head, better than the other person. And really by drawing out the template and dissecting and thinking the template, that's actually how you come to understand and have a bigger template. That's how you grow your template and your chunk, is by doing this formal exercise. And so it's like if you don't do the formal exercise, It's like taking notation for a game of chess. You don't get the same benefit.
Sorry, I thought Memes was going to jump in there and say something. Domingo keeps asking to be re-added, but it's like, dude, you can't control yourself. I don't want you coming on the show and insulting the guests. They're supposed to be talking about ideas. The ideas that I want to talk about, because it's my channel and it's Doovid's show. So yeah, he gets to lead his own show, because that's really the only thing that makes sense. Okay, so it's what I would describe as antisocial behavior stunts the progress for everyone. So then when you turn around and say you care about truth, you can understand why it has some trouble believing you. All right, so it looks like Memes is back on camera.
I
don't know if you guys were done that conversation or not yet.
Oh, I got to go eat dinner. But I think what Flo is saying in the chat is basically he's not necessarily sure why he feels he's being excluded from a conversation. I understand you're explaining why. It's just, I think it's also important for folks to know there's a particular line. Where is this line? It's defined here, and at least maybe give people some warning. If basically, all right, you're crossing the line, I'm letting you know, because as long as folks know that, then I think we're good. My chicken's done. Thank you so much for having me. Good to see you, Doovid. Have a good one, Jen.
Thanks for coming on, Memes. Take care. We'll see you soon. Yeah, so I guess, I don't know if you want to talk. I'll only add him if you want to talk to him, Doovid, but I mean, he couldn't even respect the decorum at any point, so what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, we could wrap up, or if you wanted to talk about that information paper for JF.
Do you have it? Because I unfortunately don't have access to it right now because my computer's in the shop. I was actually just about to go back to JF Stream and grab it again there, but I hadn't done it yet. If you have it on hand, we can definitely look at it, because it's definitely interesting and frustrating a bit, because like 3 pages in, they still haven't really defined what they mean by information. And I can't judge the veracity of something if I don't know the suppositions on which the assertions are founded. So it's still floating up there. It's an exception, an undecided term. There's no conclusion to it, because I can skim through all the stuff in the paper, but until it's anchoring itself to an actual definition, and they seem to think that they can make vague allusions of other people who've studied things and called it information. Their precedents somehow mean something, but it's like, no, you just have to agree what you mean very generally, axiomatically. You won't discover it if you don't know what you're looking for, at least in some very general way. So I hope with JF I can kind of prove that those papers, what is truly the content, the valuable content in those papers, and it's really the how they get to their conclusions, and sort of establishing whether they even define their term in the first place. Because I'm not convinced that it actually gives an explicit definition of information. And 3 pages in, if it hasn't been done yet, that's not a good sign. Like, you shouldn't have to write 3 pages of preamble to try to, oil me up to like get me ready to accept a definition. Like, the definition should be the first thing you state, so that anytime it's referenced in the writing, people know what you're talking about. Did you have the link or not?
Yeah, I just scroll up and up and up, and it was, but yeah, I think I got it. So we got the screen share. Construction Theory of Information, David Deutsch and Chiara Marletto, 2015. We propose a theory of information expressed solely in terms of which transformations of physical systems are possible, and and which are impossible. In constructor theoretical terms, it includes conjecture, exact laws of physics expressing the regularities that allow information to be physically instantiated. Although these laws are directly about information, independently of the details of particular physical instantiations, information is not regarded as a priori mathematical or logical concept, but as something whose nature and properties are determined by the laws of physics alone. This theory solves a problem at the foundations of existing information theory, namely that information and distinguishability are each defined in terms of the other. It also explains the relationship between classical and quantum information and reveals the single constructor theoretic property underlying the most distinctive phenomenon associated with the latter, including the lack of in principle distinguishability of some states, the impossibility of cloning, the existence of pairs of variables that cannot simultaneously have sharp values, the fact that measurement processes can be both deterministic and unpredictable, the irreducible perturbation caused by measurement, and locally inaccessible information as entangled systems.
So far, the only thing I've gotten from that in terms of what's valuable for how I understand a position is that distinguishability is somehow connected to information. I forget the exact quote. It was interdependent or something. They're defined. Do you remember what I'm talking about? The first time that they cite the word distinguishability.
Look, I skimmed through this a few times, and it was kind of vague.
Can you just go back up to to what you originally read so I can get the exact quote? I just want to be sure of what it says. Thanks. All right. Laws directly about penalty detail. Okay, now I can't see it anymore. It was about information and distinguishability. Namely, that information and distinguishability are each defined in terms of the other. Is that an actual definition? No. That's saying that you can set up some type of a linear system between the two. So y equals mx plus b, or y equals f of x, where distinguishability is information, and theoretically there's an inverse transform function. So that tells me something about the metaphysics of the definition, but it doesn't actually give me a definition. Yeah, you can keep going now. Thanks for going back. So yeah, did you browse through it? Hello?
Yeah, I read this a few times. It wasn't. It's a basic principle of constructor theory. All of the laws of physics are expressively entirely in terms of statements about which physical transformations are possible and which are impossible, and why. The contrast with the prevailing conception of fundamental physics, which seeks to explain the world in terms of initial conditions and laws of motion, and whose basic dichotomy is therefore between what happens and what does not. Constructor theory describes the world in terms of transformations involving two kinds of physical systems playing two different roles. One is the agent causing the transformation, which we refer to as the constructor, whose defining characteristic is that it remains unchanged in its ability to cause the transformation again. The other consists of the subsystem, which we refer to as the substrates, which are transformed from having some physical attribute to having another. Schematically, input attribute of substrate, the constructor, output attribute of substrate, where the constructor and the substrate jointly are isolated. By attribute, we mean any property that the substrate could possibly have, whether measurable or not, according to the subsidiary theory describing it. An intrinsic attribute of a substrate is one that does not refer to any other specific substrate. And there's more axiom, more definitions, and then puts it out in the form of a logic, and then tries to create an algorithm from it. So the theory of information rests on first understanding computation in constructor theoretical terms. This will allow us to express information in terms of computation, not vice versa as is usually done. This is key to proving the base for a recursive definition of distinguishing that we described, a reversible computation, and then define some formulas. So information, so Jennifer's mentioned, finally get on page 7. The intuitive concept of information is associated with that of copying. We shall now express this associate exactly and without relying on the notion of distinguishability in terms of computation. We have a cloning task. Set is clonable. The usual notion of cloning is in the no cloning theorem. So it's kind of mathematical. Information variable is a clonable computation variable. It is then natural to define an information attribute as one that is a member of an information variable and an information medium as a substrate that is at least one information variable. In addition, a substrate S instantiates classical information if some information variable S of S is sharp and if giving it any of the other attributes in S was possible. So it defines this cloning task, and then it defines information in terms of this cloning task. And then you have the measurement, and so I'm not sure if that's making sense to you. So in order to define information, it has to define this cloning task, and then information has to be defined in terms of this cloning task.
I guess they're using the definition from Shannon information, where the basic idea is that it's modeling a signal transformation, and it has to do with encoding and decoding the signal.
And then it's going to define that as information.
They seem to want to define it in terms of Shannon information.
But I'm saying, why is that information? I mean, it's just defining and saying that's information, but like, does that make
Shannon information is like you have a source, and then you have a signal, and then you get a result, and then how much of the original layout of the source was contained in the result. So it's like with compression, right? It's all about maintaining a certain amount of Shannon information such that the compression does, what it's supposed to do, which is make the file smaller, but also retains the overall aesthetic or the distribution of information on what's displayed. So this is what I was kept saying to that guy for 3 hours. It's like this definition only applies to signal processors. Computers are a type of signal processor. Sending electricity, that's signal processing. It's a very general thing, right? But to then infer that metaphysical approach, there's a huge amount of metaphysical assumptions tacit to this approach that aren't necessarily reflected in reality. And the people are trying to extrapolate this computer stuff to then apply to reality. It's like the reason we can build computers is because our universe functions on a logical basis. The overall metaphysics that computers can engender doesn't necessarily have any bearing on the universe writ large. It has a bearing on us. It says, okay, well, what we like to do is look at a screen and be able to interact through that screen, That doesn't mean the universe functions like the computers we've managed to design. It just means we live in a logical universe. So I feel like I'm going to be coming back to that point a lot. But I kind of get it, but it's extremely convoluted. And I don't know how anybody could follow that train of logic. I haven't read it all the way through, unfortunately. I lost access to it, but I will read it. Thanks for sharing the link. I'll definitely read it probably when we're done here and be able to comment more on it. But if the logic isn't actually sound, then I can't remember it. I can just remember that the logic wasn't sound. So if there's one error in logic, the whole thing falls apart, unfortunately. So when you want to broad strokes things, you have to be general enough to make sure that what you're saying can't be disproven. And now they're saying this whole thing like, okay, yeah, we got a signal and the signal's transferred and then it's received. It's like nature has an integrated signal processor. Why? Because nature follows the least action principle. And so it's doing optimized compression on the signal. So we don't know how to do optimized compression. We can do something, but we can't do anything close to what nature can do. So yeah, just to be clear on that, the flow of causality, the subset can't be used to make inferences about the metaphysics of the superset.
Yeah, they're saying like
Ask 'em. Go
the
ahead.
word flow. So information in a philosophical, like the value proposition, and there's connection to transfer, signal transfer, electric, data where you have signal receiver and conduit, but it's largely a philosophical concept, and that's why I said that the information theory of philosophy could be that it doesn't actually happen in the material realm. So we call information in a way that a signal could be cloned and replicated, that it's the same thing. It's a clone of another process that it's a piece of information that's transferable, has connection to philosophy of mind and concepts like a value proposition. But it's possible that those things are spiritual concepts, so to say, and aren't actually happening in the material realm and may have parallels to processes in the material realm. And so if you're talking about computer programming, artificial intelligence, I would say a lot of these solutions to the hard problem of consciousness are trying to assume that this type information theory happens in the brain and is behind what produces thought. And that's largely what I'm pushing back at as unlikely. That, like obviously we're talking and using information theory that my voice is being transferred into a signal, which is being transferred to other places in the world. And then that signal is being transferred back into a very close, copy clone of my voice, into your computer system. That's not the same thing as the information of the ideas I'm expressing. And even though the computer signal could give an exact representation of my voice, that the ideas that I'm saying aren't actually something that exists in the physical realm and are subject to the same information theory. So you have a different information theory about the transfer and understanding of ideas, at least in my system. And so the materialists want to say that the signal processing of information transfer at some level is probably going to provide a solution to the hard problem of consciousness in terms of just a matter of signal processing.
Yeah. I think that combo with that guy sort of proves that it's a bit of a dead end. Because, obviously we function on a computational basis and we do some type of signal processing, but to assume metaphysical axioms beginning with those suppositions, that's where it stops being valid. Because you're saying, well, there's separability between a source and a target, and the thing which separates it is this signal. And apart from the signal, there's this other information, which is syntactical. And so it's like, well, what if that stuff's integrated? So you've imposed dualism, right? You've divided your system up into parts, but now you're going to allow for that dualism to be time variable throughout your system. So you're going to confound things that are meant to be orthogonal, which is going to diminish the specificity of the answers, and often is diminished to zero, because if there's no clarity or if there's no specificity on a definition, you basically can't tell anything. If it's the wrong definition, then you got to basically prove it wrong through logic. But ultimately, you want to land on the good definition. And these people are trying to axiomatize this Shannon information thing. And I kept coming back to it with a guy I was talking to. I don't even think he understood what I was saying. He didn't see why it was a problem to put the cart before the horse, theory-wise. But I guess everyone is that's sort of what the scientific method says to do. It says to test a theory until it's falsified, but it's like, how would you falsify this Shannon information theory? How would you know that your model is wrong? Because this guy is saying, well, there's something inconsistent in this model, therefore it means that an intelligent agent created consciousness. And I'm like, just because you don't understand how consciousness works doesn't mean that some secret, like, extra, whatever magical being did it, right? That's a cop-out. Again, you're not in science anymore, you're in superstition.
Yeah, it could be kind of like flowing. It's not really a theory, it's a technique. So that information signals processing, we don't really know the science of how and why it works. We have a technique that works and does, so to say, information processing, that you could clone a signal and transfer information, but not necessarily because we have a comprehensive understanding of what's going on, but
It works because
because
we live in our
we
universe
have a
is
repeatable
logical.
technique that works.
It's a logical universe, so you could theoretically model a bunch of causalities that didn't actually apply to reality, but were still logically. It's the difference between basically logically valid and sound. A computer can simulate any type of logic, like some synthetic logic that will be self-consistent, but that doesn't make it universally true. It just means it's self-consistent logic. Like, logic is itself metaphysical. You can't point to the and or symbols in real life. So it's all essentially a constructed language, but there's going to be only one that's actually the right one. It could be
You want to wrap
infinity.
up?
There could be infinity logically valid systems. So they're basically all equally worthless unless they make predictions. And that's where it's like, it's not science if it's not making predictions. Anyway, yeah. I don't know. Excuse me. I mean, I wanted to kind of talk more about just the overall impression that you had of the debate, of, like, the summing it up in just one sentence type thing.
Yeah, it was pretty awkward, like, because all of the tech issues and other things, like, I mean, relatively, like, I showed that meme where you saved the show and kind of took charge, and then it was kind of awkward that you were over prepared compared to the other people, and I think they all realized that was awkward. And relatively from that, like, you performed pretty good. Like I said, like someone asked you about your theory of reincarnation, and then you had to, people were getting, I don't know if anyone said it would get annoyed, but you took like a good 5 minutes maybe even to explain it. And I think due to the circumstance, like, maybe that made sense, even though, like, that didn't really have anything to do with the debate. But none of the other panelists really had anything that interesting to say that it seemed apropos for you to spend, like, a good few minutes explaining your reincarnation hypothesis, although like, relatively, it probably didn't have that much topical to do with the debate, but so it was kind of awkward, but maybe opportune, and the circumstance that it was. So even to call it a debate and proper preparation. So, like, you were the only one who really prepared for it as a debate like that. Maybe William did it. I said his sound was too low, that it's too hard to even know. And so that's about it. Like, you did your best in a mediocre circumstance. Unfortunately, the post show didn't work out well, and that's a shame, because you may have been able to get your 1,000 subs if you had a post show. And it's what I said, like, on the Thursday prep, like, you really need someone to just be helpful, someone who's just gonna try to help you out, and not not
like backup.
Yeah, I'm saying like,
Right.
okay, like I have my opinions or whatever. I was saying like no, it's a post show, and the goal is to help you, get your subs and talk about the debate. And it's saying like none of the people who came on really had that best behavior. They just didn't have it in them. They didn't have any type of best behavior, even if to even attempt to be on good behavior or to help you with some sort of so it sounds like it deteriorated too bad. Yeah, I'm not sure if there's something you could do in proper preparation to, for the future.
Well, I was thinking that if the Indian guy hadn't have given a long introduction, I probably would have shortened up what I said. Because I didn't want to look like I was grandstanding, but I guess he sort of gave me the opening to also give a full 5 minutes. Because he probably did the whole 5 minutes. Or it felt like it anyway.
Yeah, so he was just too
The
hard.
girls didn't even do a minute, I don't think. I didn't time it. Maybe I will when I do the review there, but I don't even think they talked for a minute. What did you say?
Yeah, I mean, they weren't prepared for a formal debate. Like you were saying, if they were invited on, or maybe they asked to come on, but they weren't prepared for a formal debate. And like I said, like it's good enough. Like I'm not gonna, saying like whatever the case is, like you're on the news, you get your first interview, and who's on before you and who's on after you is largely a matter of other karma. So that just the way it is, you got your first time on modern day debates, and just the karmatic situation of the other panelists. Generally nothing bad to say about any of them, even if you're just facts are facts. They weren't prepared for really a formal debate, although they're good conversationalists, they're good streamers, good personalities, and so you have to see in the future, like on the feedback that you just have to wait for the feedback. You got 20 new subs. You'll see if they request you back. You got your booked for JF Tuesday. If we're adding already another Thursday night debate prep, like I got 200 plus views. Even Brundle super chatted and made like $20 off of those. If I like take a few months, but I mean, that's why I said like there's could see benefit from doing it. Like I said, just I believe in the process, so it's like flowing to say like like Jennifer should avow herself, so to say, to the process, that flowing will benefit her, and it'll be teach people that eventually people like memes or someone get ready, or even those women that if they wanted to come on, we can review William, Jenna, or Kay or something like that, and help structure their ideas. That's kind of what I like doing, and I think will provide beneficial, and I think people will see the the reward for the work in the debate performance. It won't be obvious that just like chess or something, like you do the preparation, your rating goes up, and you start winning. It's the same for the debate, and like you do a few flows, and your arguments will be structured substantially better.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much for taking part, everyone, and especially to Doovid, the star of the show. As much as that be maybe to the triggering of some people, I don't care. I like it.
We're just a week in review.
Looking forward to the Thursday night show as well as the Tuesday night chat with JF. Oh, looks like Doovid's gone, so we can. I know a bunch of people are probably here to see Domingo, so we can let him. Since he stayed the whole time, we might as well give him a chance to come in and say his piece. He's obviously got a lot on his mind. Not the right stuff though, but there's a lot of stuff there.
Jen, can you explain to me why in God's name would an insult or an ad hom be attributed points by judges in a formal high school or college debate?
I was asking how they're dealt with, not whether that was just one hypothetical
No, you asked
thing.
if they would get attributed points, and I think you know why you asked that question. That wasn't reason at work. You were being emotional,
Oh
and
yeah,
your
real
emotions
emotional.
got the better of you
Oh, okay, okay. Thank
because
you,
you
doctor.
failed to acknowledge the merits and the absolute grandeur of the flowchart,
Oh, that's the one.
of the flow tree of life.
I do flow out my thoughts though.
Are you gonna make sure on your next debate to have a heavy flow?
Let's hope not.
Wouldn't
Did you
that be
actually did you see it
w-
though?
wouldn't that be a quantum entanglement?
It's actually an anti-entanglement, isn't it? But moving on. Did you actually see the
Jesus.
debate though? I just wanted did you think it was any good? I was just wondering more about my 5-minute intro because the questions were just more of the usual crap.
Look, it's obvious that that channel is not a formal debate channel. That's obvious. But to cut someone off when they're doing their intro, or at the very least, you should have told them how much time you would need for your intro. But to cut someone off during their intro because they're following strict, time limits when these fucking yahoos are on a 12-hour streamathon, debate-a-thon is ridiculous. He should have just given you the extra, 30 seconds or whatever it is you needed to finish your presentation. But yeah, it was, the debate that you were in was definitely, amateur hour. And you're probably right about it being like a audition type thing.
Amateur hour, I like that.
And the Indian didn't have poor sound. He just couldn't pronounce words in English for shit.
And
It
his
was
sound was probably like 12 dB lower than everybody else's. So that's always really distracting because you either have to turn the volume up, and then when the next person starts talking, it's like blast your eardrums out. And
It was
maybe
very
people listen, if they use headphones, they probably don't want to do that.
It was very painful for me to see that he was representing like Christianity.
I'm sorry that you had a bad experience.
An Indian guy representing.
He's not the first one. I don't think you were around back then, but this is like right around when I first met Doovid. There was this hardcore Indian Christian who debated Doovid for probably the better part of 2 hours on one of Babs's open mic random. I don't want to say a shit stream. I thought it was pretty cool at points, but it did degenerate at times. So chill stream, I guess, is the right word. Yeah, Aaron says don't debate chicks, and it was funny because before we started, the Indian dude was 30 minutes late. Like obviously we didn't know he was going to be that late, but we were all just chilling on the like private whatever hangout, and they started talking about their babies and stuff. And so I was thinking, okay, great, it's going to be like a chill, talking, friendly thing.
Isn't it funny how like lately there's been these like Indian personas that have been sort of I don't want to say causing a stir or something, but there's that certain Indian female that you definitely didn't want to entertain.
I would have been fine to talk to her. I just wouldn't have want to put her in an uncomfortable position. And I know that sometimes the streams go to places that make some people uncomfortable. It was more of a didn't want to take the risk when there's probably nothing in it for her. It's probably a waste of her time. Maybe I'm wrong, but like you've seen women come on these shows before. Nothing against this girl in particular, but everyone's held to the same standard. And sometimes certain people, the ladies, like to expect a different standard. I'm not a fucking coomer. Go ahead.
You're not a. Did you say coomer?
That is what I said. I'm not going to sit here simping for women. I'm going to treat everybody with equal respect because that's the only dignified way to do it.
Coomer like a Kumar? You
know what I mean. The point is that women are sometimes accustomed And it's somewhat men's fault, isn't it, for enabling this type of malarkey, to being treated with a different
Malarkey.
standard than everybody else. And that is bad for morale, isn't it? In my
Look,
experience, it's untenable for morale.
I agree that simping. I agree that there should be no privilege to these, like eye candy.
But it also means denying privilege to people who would simp, which becomes fractious at times. Right.
S-
It's hard to
Simping.
maintain order.
Simping is not a privilege.
Sorry, someone
Well-
just said something funny in the chat. Simping is a hobby, and hobbies are best enjoyed alone.
The simp is the privilege to the person that's
Now, the simp is
cultivating the simps.
He's the vehicle for malarkey and disorder.
Anyway, so
He wants
so
to put
first,
the pedestal in the middle of a flat thing, and it's like it's supposed to be flat. It's supposed to be flat. Not, they're
first
not
there was
supposed to be any
so
pedestals
there
on
was
the dance floor.
so there was that Indian, and then there was Ralph. Right, Ralph is an interesting character.
I
Right
forgot
side
who
Ralph.
that is. Right side Ralph. No,
Well,
I don't
he's
know who that is.
he's the right wing. He was on Claire's, and you definitely did not like him. And he's another one that you don't want to entertain.
I honestly don't know who you're talking about.
I'm sure
Don't
you
know who
do.
it is. What did he talk about?
He was a hardcore Christian also. In any case,
Okay.
and then there was this Christian Indian again on Modern Day Debates, which I thought was just hilarious because it just looks like this trifecta of Indians popping up here and there.
You thought maybe it had some special significance?
I don't know. I just thought maybe you were kind of drawing them in or something
Oh, okay.
with your Vedic magics.
For a Christian, you're really interested in magic.
Do you realize how much time you allocated on your show to discussing the merits of a goddamn fucking flowchart?
A really long time.
Yes. It was death. All of it was horrible to listen to.
I guess I just don't see it that way, okay? You gotta just do better. You can't just criticize stuff because you don't like it and expect that to change anything.
Well, no, I definitely don't expect anything will change on this
Doovid
channel.
thinks if I make a flow chart, I'll be better at debating. Now, is that valid as a logical argument in and of itself?
It's logical if you'll be debating in a formal debate. That's the point
You
he
think
was
it's
making.
logical to think that I could get better at debating?
If you're in a formal debate, what he was saying is that if you're in a formal debate, the flowchart is standard operating procedure, tactically and strategy-wise.
Okay.
And the dangling arguments he was talking about that don't get rebutted are attributed points. And then you retorted with that stupid, inane question about, well, what about insults? Are those going to get points?
Yeah, that's what I care about, is how to actually get information out of what I'm doing.
Yeah, but obviously an insult and an ad hom are not going to get points attributed because they're going to be pointed out as ad homs and insults, and the judges will recognize this.
Well, hopefully. So I wanted to just check.
Because you think the judges might be retarded?
I like to have confidence, and in my experience, you have to check before you can really have confidence in a method. Right? I mean, you're acting like I don't prepare for a debate. It's like, of course I prepare for a debate.
No, I'm not saying that you don't prepare for a debate. I'm just saying that question was a childish, emotional, knee-jerk.
Oh, okay.
It was unnecessary. I couldn't even believe you were asking it. Coming from you.
I don't understand why me wanting information about something that we're talking about is somehow indicative of whatever you're projecting, I think.
No, I'm trying to point out that you asked a question that you knew was foolish. Why would an insult or an ad hom be attributed points by the judges? In what
I've had
universe?
people say,
in what universe would that make
that
sense?
I lost a debate when somebody insulted me a bunch of times. I know this is not a formal setting of judgment. I just wanted to check so that there wasn't anything that I overlooked. I don't really think there is such thing as stupid questions, but yeah, whatever. I mean, he wanted to talk about the flow chart, and now I get it, I guess.
The flow
See,
chart.
I thought the point was to look at the chart, identify the errors, and correct them, but apparently that's not the point.
Aaron, what does Domingo do for a living? I need to make a report to Shabak. What's a Shabak? What is that? What is that Jewish word? What does that mean, Jen?
I don't know. I think he's just trolling.
So, do you suppose that popsicle that Doovid was eating, do you suppose it was flow flavored? Did you notice that his popsicle was the same color as that drink he was drinking?
I don't think so.
I bet you didn't notice that, eh?
I don't think so.
Yeah, it was like peach colored.
I was focused on the chat mostly during the combo. So yeah.
I like how Doovid had to like urgently mute himself because of the noises of the plates being stacked.
So Aaron's apparently doing promotion for a spy agency that presumably operates on secrecy. I want to check your mission statement. But thank you.
Oh, so Shabach are Israeli spies? How do you not know Shabach? I mean, Mossad are spies. Whatever. I mean, maybe he's not thinking straight. He did just
I
have
think
a
the
stroke.
thing that can make debates better is there's not much that can make debates better until people start learning. And in the meantime, you could have pre-prepared blood sports that everybody agrees at the outset not to get mad at each other.
Can I tell you why I'm not a fan of formal debates?
Sure.
Because they're not fun to watch. If you want your ideas to spread, you're going to want an audience. And if you want to get an audience, you're going to have to present something that's appealing and fun to watch and entertaining. And the best way to have a debate on YouTube.
And I need an audience so you can claim that I'm doing this for the money. Is that correct?
Didn't you just do a woohoo before when Doovid mentioned a super chat?
It's called being polite. You ever heard of it?
You made an audible woohoo.
It was being polite. It's called being polite. I don't give a shit. He can't handle the fact that I don't give a shit, so I'm just polite. You ever heard of just being polite? Like, what's...
Twice he mentioned getting to the 1,000K, to the 1,000 marker. That's all I'm saying.
Sterling, different dimensions. They're observables. They're quasi-orthogonal, but nothing is truly orthogonal because of entanglement. But they're, you can think of them, as a model as being orthogonal. So there's 3 plus 1, different dimensions per order of magnitude. And the one on our order of magnitude is the familiar 3 space and 1 time dimension that we experience. So space is reduced to a single state, right? Like the Earth doesn't just magically keep growing. And if it does, it's not because there's anything being added to it. Whereas time is binded to a set of cycles. So there's like the day cycle, the year cycle, the great year, and so forth. And so that's, fixed to within its interval of oscillation, right? And the same principle applies for the periodic table. That's also 3 plus 1. It's just that space and time are more entangled on that scale. So you get this symmetry within the periodic table, which ends up being 7 rows. That's like 3 times 2 plus 1. Anyway, that's the short of it. But the long of it is, it takes a little while to sort of get used to looking at things that way. But that ends up being the way that's actually consistent with reality. So absolutely unrealistic to think you'd transcend such a notion instantly, because it is a very subtle thing. And I don't even feel like I've transcended it yet myself, so I'm still sort of discovering it. But yeah, I showed earlier. Did you see the whole show? Probably not, eh?
Which whole show?
This one.
Oh, fuck no.
You want to see my model? Can you see the camera?
That's not your 3-dimensional quantum model.
Well, this is quantum. I'm calling it quantropy because it's like quantum entropy. So it's like how to do the diagram. So the orange ball, the large one in the middle, that's a light bubble. And these are chains of the base pairs, and you have the 2 light bubbles oscillating close to each other, and from that you can derive the familiar double helix structure of DNA. So I did that demo earlier. I don't know if you can see, but
And then do you play a xylophone with them?
you can if you want to. That's what's nice. They're dual purpose. Yeah, I just assembled them out of stuff I already had lying around. So that was good on me to grab those chopsticks.
Can you wag them at someone when you're sort of giving them a talking down to?
It never occurred to me. That says more about you than me. My finger always worked just fine. Can't see myself using an extension. The only thing I'd like is like a walking stick with a giant precious stone on top of it. Just like have like almost like a third leg. So you didn't actually get to see the shit stream, did you?
No.
Well, wait, you did actually with Claire, didn't you? Got to see part of the shit stream.
No, just a brief exchange between you and Plausible.
So it's not enough to really get a full impression.
What was that about? Him giving his fucking tragic life story, fishing for fucking sympathy? What was that about?
Just standard narcissism. People are dominated by one of 2 complexes if they don't have a balanced ego. So they're either, too vain, or they don't have a fully developed ego. And so you get the personality cult, and then you get like the result of the personality cult. And that's the people that orbit the personality cult person. And then that sort of has like a positive feedback loop.
He was basically reciting a really overused movie plot. It's like I helped build
like bullshit, didn't it? It was like
I built a multi-million-dollar company, and I'm supposed to be dead. I was in the room
with some billionaires. Okay.
I'm supposed to be dead. I got a second chance. Now I'm dedicated to the truth. Before I used to be Gordon Gekko.
I know, it's almost like a superhero. It's almost cape shit, as they say. I don't want to give the guy too hard of a time, but he was really coming at me, and it's like, dude, You don't have to be so aggressive. Like, chill out. You know, he sounded maybe high on cocaine or something like that.
Well, I mean, I
Well,
wouldn't go that
how else
far.
can you grandstand, you know, a soliloquy about your own life? It's like, I'm not even that interested in my own life to talk that long about it.
But I mean, from the very little that I did see, he did not seem like he was going at you hard. It just he was having that was a garden variety, run of the mill, you know, meeting Jen interaction with someone that is, you know, that has half a
Has a
brain.
big ego.
I mean, not bigger than yours.
Well, it's like fat egos and muscular egos, right? So maybe it weighs more than mine, but mine is like stronger.
Yours is more limber.
It's all about exactly, flexibility, balance, and strength. You know,
Yours can flow.
I am always in the flow state, bro, and I wish
Shit.
that for everyone else too.
I was gonna
They could
tell
join me.
Samish. I was gonna tell him.
Oh, come on! Don't start being mean now.
I was gonna tell him to facilitate flow. It helps to listen to house music while you engage in the debate.
Is that your prep? House
Fuck
music
no.
and a little
No,
disco ball.
I don't do formal debates. I told you, if you want your ideas to spread and get an audience, it has to be casual. It's got to be off the cuff so that you can demonstrate your mastery and knowledge. Because if you can lay waste to the opposition by strictly just going off the cuff, you're going to get eyes and ears on you. And whether they like you or hate you, the fact that you can decimate with evidence and logic and facts, people are going to have to tune in.
Woohoo! Yeah, I'm excited for the T-Jump debate. Do you know who T-Jump is?
Yeah, he's a faggot.
Okay, can we please not use that poor language on my channel?
Sorry.
Say he's an F word or something. How about that? No.
He's a shill. How about that?
Sorry, got to be careful with words like that because it can turn into everybody I don't like as a shill, and that's never good. But he seems to me just like a standard atheist. And to be honest with you, I've had a lot of luck with that type of atheist. I'm not expecting to convert him or anything. I just think he would make for an actually interesting conversation. Whereas, like the ones where it's just other people being flustered, that they don't know how to respond to what I'm saying or whatever. I don't think that would happen with him. Like he's composed enough, and he's obviously got a good memory and is intelligent.
He is intelligent, but he's arrogant, and he does not come in good faith.
Arrogant it seems like a really beta thing to call someone arrogant. It's like
I don't like him.
It's cool. You're entitled to your opinion, but I mean, whatever. I'm trying to be positive on things. I think it'll be a good debate or a good convo at least.
I'm not saying he's dumb, but I'm saying he's not a good person.
Is it because he's an atheist that you think he's a bad person?
No.
Okay, you think some other disingenuous reason.
He runs interference for evil things.
Oh, okay.
But so what's the debate going to be about?
I don't know yet. My original plan was that I wanted to debate him on whether God exists, and I was going to be like, the universe exists, haha. And I'd be like,
No.
what are you going to say? I'm a brain in a jar in a simulation? I don't think so, bucko. No, I didn't want it to turn into a fight with him. What I really wanted to do is just ask him about his reasoning process and try to get him to see the logic behind how I see things.
I don't think you should
like.
debate him about the existence of God, because I think you will come across as the loser.
Doesn't the periodic table sort of prove that God is perfect?
You might want to
that God
debate him.
exists?
You might want to debate him instead on ethics or
I could pop
morality.
out my what were you calling them before? My xylophone sticks. Can he win against xylophone sticks? I mean, yeah, that's what my husband and I were sort of freestyling, like the virgin, long drawn out argument against God.
He's
the Chad
going.
xylophone sticks.
He would end up using them against you. He would.
How can you use xylophone sticks against a person? I mean, without looking like a total douche.
Well, because the moment you turn on your webcam and show them to everybody, he would like crack a joke about them. And
Really? Doesn't he
you
kind of
know-
look foolish to crack a joke about it? It's like when Claire laughs at the periodic table. It's like you're just making yourself look like a fool.
Well, but here's the thing: like if people call them clay balls and it gets a
That's
laugh,
not an insult. That's the thing. It's not an insult. Clay balls is not an insult. It's like abacus gang. I think it's okay. This is what one of my friends said, Kashif, who says a lot of crazy stuff, but occasionally apparently gets it right. He said that Hinduism can't be parodied. I don't know if those were his exact words. I think he might have used a different word than parody, but it's the basic idea of it.
I mean, when you say abacus gang, do you understand like the memes and imagery that comes to mind when you say abacus gang?
Yeah, that's what I want people thinking about that. What's wrong with an abacus? You remember
You
those
should-
little blocks we had? Because you're from Quebec too, so it's like those little blocks. They came in a box, and one was 1, and one was 10 by 1, and they were all different sizes, and you could like put them together. They were kind of like Legos, but they didn't have the grooves on them. Did you guys ever have those in school?
Like Legos, but without grooves?
Yeah, so just basically blocks, I guess, but tiny ones. Never mind. I
What
was
were
gonna
they
say
made out
mine.
of?
Wood, and they were painted all different colors. One was pink, one was yellow, one was green.
Would they interlock?
No, but you could slide them together to make shapes. That was what was cool about them, that they didn't interlock at all. Kind of like Jenga, but different, all different sizes. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I really like that like hands-on stuff though.
What did they have rounded edges and or just plain wood
No.
color?
No, they were prisms. So like a cube and a rectangular prism, and one
No,
I
but
think
I'm
was
saying-
5 by 1.
But I'm saying, did they have like sharp, jagged corners, or were they
Well,
rounded?
I mean, sharp, jagged corners. I mean, not really. It's like it's a hard edge to a block, like as hard of an edge as a Jenga block. You know what Jenga is, right?
Yeah, I know what Jenga is.
That hard. Not like, oh my god, I cut myself. Not like get a splinter while you're playing around with them.
Yeah, no, in that case, I don't remember.
Okay. Oh well, I
But-
guess there's nothing.
Well, look, all I'm saying is that if you debate with him, does God exist? He's going to ask you to prove God's existence.
Yeah, and all I'm going to say is it's a personal choice. Therefore, you have to go by the results. I have better answers than you. Therefore, my belief is right. More right than yours. Anyway,
Yeah, but if he says,
that is actually logical, though. It's the other stuff that's not logical. And if he comes back on that with some garbled nonsense, how do you come back on that? That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't see that there to be any valid argument against that.
well, I suppose he'd probably ask you to define what God is.
And it's an easy one. I just say it's the universe, because that way they can't contest the existence.
And that definition would probably have to be established before the debate even began, I guess.
Definitely. What'll be interesting is if we get talking about like extracorporeal entities, people between reincarnations and stuff. Because then you can actually argue for God-ish things being physically real, because people basically dream them up and they join into the same quantum state, and then it took on a life of its own.
I don't know. I think you should tackle morals or ethics about a certain subject with him.
then how do we define morality?
Well, I mean, you'll be establishing your morals and ethics both on each of your sides, and then establish and make an argument as to why each one of your own morals or ethics are better suited to this world that we live in, or to better suited to whatever the context of the, whatever the subject is.
Principally speaking, I think most people, you can get them to generally agree with the least harm principle, unless they have some pre-existing conclusion that they're not willing to divorce from. But then it becomes a matter of interpreting what does that mean, and that is then going to rely on an appeal to some type of authority. And
Yeah,
the opponent's
sure.
not going to look at the argument on its merits, is going to try to undermine that authority. So it's like, as soon as I said something, now you set yourself on destroying me. It's like, I get that that's how you're taught to do it, but it's better
Yeah.
to hold back that impulse and try to get a clearer idea of what the other person's saying, so that you know how to attack it if you really want to attack it. Because it's like, if every single, because that was what it was like with the guy, the rational, logical guy, or whatever his name was, he was always coming in with an insult. Like, he felt compelled to sort of undermine everything I said. And it's like, maybe something I said was unreasonable, but if you say that everything I say is unreasonable, you're the one who comes off as unreasonable.
Well, not necessarily. Not if the crowd agrees with them. Not if the audience agrees with them. But in any case, everything you just described, you would have to deal with that as well if you were talking about proving the existence of God.
Well, it's not about proving the existence of God. It's about, because it's basically, there's no denying that this version of God exists. So you can't, it's about whether it makes sense to believe in it. And obviously it does, because it's an ordering technique and a memory technique and a metaphysical hierarchy apex that allows you to sort other subcategories more efficiently. Is he going to understand that argument?
Does your God have a consciousness?
You got to define consciousness. Because if consciousness means the ability to make observations, does that seem like a reasonable definition?
Self-awareness with the ability to sense, perceive, yeah. In more ways than in more ways.
That definition, if you accept the definition, the simple definition that observation is the thing that makes something conscious, then everything in the universe is conscious, because observation is the same thing as waveform reduction, and our universe functions on a principle of waveform reduction.
No,
so
but
that's
it's
the
not just about,
panpsychism definition.
it's not just about having senses.
It obviously has problems, right? It obviously has, no, it's not about senses, it's about observations. You got to go with the right structure. So the first level on the totem is observation, and that's everything in the universe can do that. But life can do stuff that the rest of the universe can't, which is what we would tend to think of as being conscious.
I'm talking about decision making.
The universe, quote unquote, makes decisions, because there's a bunch of different ways a system can go, and it, decides the one that's the least energy. So you can. There's a will of the universe. It's just an impersonal will.
Does your God judge the actions of human beings?
Not actively. No.
Passively?
Well, the idea is that it's all about karma, so you're kind of passing judgment on yourself subconsciously.
So basically, God would not intervene to
rescue God is what
a
allows
child.
That to happen.
God would not intervene to rescue a child that's about to get murdered by another human being.
No, it's impersonal. It sets the laws of physics and motion. It doesn't have the capacity to alter them, because that would imply it wasn't perfect, which is one of the conditions that God has to meet.
Okay, so you've answered. You've given me the answer to the question that I needed answered.
Which was?
Well, would he do what I just asked? And you said no. So,
No, the way we look at it is that God is an ideal of perfection to strive towards that you can never reach, but it makes you more moral to perceive things that way than any other way.
you also said that he's impersonal.
Yeah, impersonal. There are
Or
personal
it is
there
impersonal.
are personal agents in the universe. There's no doubt about that. But there's an impersonal substrate upon which all these agents arise.
So, if I were to ask you, is your God omniscient, omnipresent, and omnipotent?
It's omnipresent because it's everything. It can't break its own laws. So if you want, it depends how you want to define omnipotent, right? Because you're basically saying, well, are you omnipotent? Well, are you able to stop being omnipotent randomly?
Well,
like
could
Genie in Aladdin?
Could it change its own laws?
That's what I was saying. No, it's the thing.
So it's limited.
The fact that the laws don't change is the proof that God is perfect, sort of stable. The fact that there are laws is the proof that there is this lawgiver.
Or that he simply hasn't changed his mind yet.
Yeah, we have faith that the laws of karma will continue to operate.
Okay, sure, you have faith, I understand, but you just made it clear that you don't think your God is omnipotent. Your God is limited in terms of what we have now is what there is and what there always will be.
I don't understand what the point of this argument is.
No, I'm just asking you to define the parameters of God.
It's the universe.
So
it's
you
the
made
largest thing we can conceive of.
You made it clear that it's omnipresent because it's everywhere, because it's the universe. But it's not omnipotent because it can't fundamentally change itself.
It allows everything that's possible to happen. So it doesn't change. It's the source of change.
Right, but it cannot change itself.
That's correct. So what does God do? God makes karma work.
And if it's everywhere, then I'm guessing it is omniscient because it can sense and detect everything that's happening, right?
Well, detecting and sensing both imply a centralized consciousness, and the universe doesn't have that attribute.
Well, even if
we are imbued with centralized consciousness.
Even if it's decentralized, it would still be sensing and detecting everything everywhere.
No, sensing requires centralization. That's the uncertainty principle.
Why does sensing something require centralization?
Because centralization is another word for localization, and sensing is another word for observing, and measurement is the same as observing, is the same as localizing. So God doesn't do that, but God is what allows that to happen.
You're saying a sensor.
God is what allows sensors to exist. God is not a sensor because a sensor implies a centralized measurement device. We have that. God doesn't. God makes us, but we are not equal to the universe. So the universe as such doesn't have that property, no. Yeah,
When
the universe
say,
is delocalized is the word. The universe is delocalized, right? It's not localized.
So, like, my fingertips can sense the things that I touch.
Because you have a localized consciousness. A fountain of consciousness.
It's because I have localized nerves on the tips of my fingers.
Which you have because you have consciousness.
And my brain is the central nervous system that processes what's been sensed by my fingers.
Which you have, again, because you have consciousness, which puts your brain together. Well, you think your brain just self-assembled? That's
So your
ridiculous.
so your God has no consciousness?
God is the source of consciousness, and God has made a universe where everything is at the very least proto-conscious. But you could, if you take the consciousness means that it's capable of observing, then yeah, the universe is conscious. But that's only if you
Okay.
use that definition.
So then you don't pray to your God, right? There's no point in praying to your God.
Why don't you try sometime? Just think about the quantum periodic table in all its glory. See how it makes you feel.
No, but I'm saying, like, if you don't pray to your God because your God doesn't hear prayers, correct?
Right. Look, Albert Anthony, this is your last warning. Either get your act together and be a civilized human being, or I'm going to not let you post in this chat anymore.
What did he do?
It's just saying I'm a Gnostic. It's like, don't stop with these idiot labels.
You're gonna ban him just because he thinks
He's been being inconsiderate in the chat and not respecting the conventions.
Even Sterling says this sounds a bit like Gnosticism.
Basically, blog posting.
Yeah, but even Sterling says this sounds a bit like Gnosticism. Memes of Destruction says, "What's the one thing God does not possess? Limits." But, well, that's not the case for Jen's God. Jen's God does have limits.
No, my God makes limits possible, but is unlimited. That's what I'm saying. The universe is delocalized, unbounded, infinite.
Yeah,
so
but you also said that
the attribute
you also said that your God cannot change itself.
That's right. The laws of nature don't change.
Well, you mean the laws of God?
Sure, it's an aesthetic preference. I'd rather be thinking about God than anything else. That's just me.
I understand that God's laws don't change, but it's also the nature of your God that doesn't change.
That's true.
Right, that's the point I was making. So your God has limits.
Being eternal is an attribute. Yeah, but it wouldn't, if God could change his laws, it wouldn't be eternal anymore, so it would be having another shortcoming. So you'd fix that one, but you'd create another problem.
Why wouldn't it be eternal anymore if it changed its nature?
That's the definition of eternal. It has to be eternally unchanging to be eternal, and as soon as it changes its nature, it's not eternal anymore, so it's gained more, quote, omnipotence at the cost of permanence.
Being eternal is just one attribute. It could change other attributes instead of just getting rid of its eternal nature.
Changing anything makes it not eternal anymore. That's the definition of change.
No, because you could go through eternal changes for an eternity.
If something's eternal, it never changes. That's the definition.
Your opinion.
Well, we can look the term up if you want.
Something could change infinitely, forever. An eternal dynamism.
Okay. It's sort of like a perspective thing. Are you looking at a subset of it or the whole thing together? Because
eternity is a time metric, right?
It can also be space.
No, that would be infinite.
Oh, I guess so. Yeah, you're right.
Holy shit!
Oh my god! I made a tiny error. You guys should probably record this and put it in the archives.
I just kind of BTFO'd Jen a little bit, I think.
Yes, you gave me a small correction. Actually, I appreciate corrections. If I said if I interpreted something incorrectly, I'd rather be stopped rather than ramble for minutes with the wrong impression.
Should I also remind you that time doesn't exist? That it's just an illusion created by movement?
Well, you can't call something an illusion because you're not really defining it. You're saying it's not something else.
I'm saying it doesn't exist.
Well, it obviously exists in some sense.
It's in a perceived sense.
It exists in multiple senses simultaneously, which is difficult to visualize.
It exists as an idea. But there is no time.
No, there's multiple times.
There is only matter rearranging itself in positions and in nature.
And
in
time
space.
is what separates those positions.
Nope.
Oh, no. Okay. You want to call it something else? You want to call it Blorch?
If matter stopped changing, you wouldn't be able to count time.
That's correct. They're entangled. Space and time are entangled.
No, they're not.
Well, what you just said is consistent with entanglement.
So, do you pray to your
God?
do you pray to your quantum balls?
I wouldn't, maybe prayer is not the right word, but to me, it's imagine like acknowledging whatever tension I have on a spiritual level and then letting it go by reminding myself that I can't change the laws of nature. And so if I get strong-willed trying to do something that can't be done, I'm sort of praying for the guidance to realize that what I'm pursuing is unrealistic.
You know what the truth of the matter is?
Is that valid? I mean,
in
doesn't that sound good? To me, that seems like it works. I mean, I know it works because I get the benefits. So can you accept that?
In terms of your well, look, your practices is one thing.
Well, what prayer is a practice, isn't it? Don't
But
get semantic on me here.
But here's the thing. Your quantum balls are your idol, and you are idolatrous.
Okay, well, you can say that about anything.
No, I don't idolize quantum balls.
And I don't take instructions from an idol in the shape of a book, which is what you're doing. So your logic doesn't apply because any object upon which the consciousness is focused, you're going to call it an idol if it's not your Bible. So that's your de facto idol.
I don't idolize the book.
You de facto do, just like Claire de facto idolizes certain other things. It's just such a generic statement. It's like, I'm aware that this is a prediction of your quote theory, but it's like, what's the point of bringing it up to me? You can't possibly think you're going to shame me with an accusation of idolatry.
The word, I'm not shaming you.
Well, why bring it up then?
I'm just observing it, pointing it out.
Oh, it's not the kind of thing that's relevant in a combo like this.
Claire would shame you for it.
Well, pointing it out seems to imply shame. It's like an accusation I have to respond to.
The only reason I'm pointing it out is because you made it clear that your God cannot hear your prayers or sense them or feel them.
What about answer them? Because that's the one I'm most interested in.
Yeah, but to answer them, they would have had to have been heard in the first place.
It's me helping myself hear better.
So you're answering your own prayers.
I'm aligning my mind to make the discovery of the answer easier. Because I can't deduce things in my own mind. It's more of a discovering things through inquiry.
Really what you're doing is you're praying back to yourself in some kind of feedback loop.
That's what you're doing. And your feedback loop is too small, so it short circuits, so you become hateful. And I'm trying to tell you, like, probably should pray in a non-self-destructive way.
That's not true, you stupid bitch.
I'm not saying everyone has to pray like this. Like, I think some people get joy out of looking at plants. And some people need to use objects to orient their vision as a, stepping stone, hopefully.
And some people need handheld models, physical models in the form of balls.
Yeah.
In order to self-validate.
It's the Vedas that I'm trying to validate, not myself.
The Vedas.
You still fail to understand where I'm really coming from because you're just riddled with projections.
I still fail. I like how you underlined fail. You fail. You fool. You fool. All right. I've stayed my hour. I'm going to bed
Thanks for stopping by and
and ruining
telling
your
us how you
show.
feel.
Yeah.
Well, this conversation wasn't terrible until the idolatrous bit. That was a bit like, what's next? You gonna nail me to a cross and burn me at the stake? It's not 1600 anymore.
No, I don't do that. Claire might want to do that.
Claire's got some problems.
Oh, you think?
I don't like to make fun of the mentally ill, you know. I just think she should be encouraged to get help and learn how to self-soothe. It is
fun.
sad
It's
to see people
it's funny
older
because
who
me
can't do
me
that.
and me and Claire said the same thing about you. Oh shit! What an interesting dichotomy.
That was an incredibly long show at which at no point did anything in the debate actually get discussed, which was ironic because that was the name of the show. And I remember listening to it just thinking like, okay, there's a lot of insults to me and okay, but no arguments against my position. So I guess I don't feel too bad. It's because you guys are both projecting. You can't see yourselves, so you're getting together and you're using me as a lantern upon which to, vent your subconscious demons.
I would have replaced the word lantern with lol cow, and milking for milking
yeah.
milking for the lulls.
Yeah, sure. Whatever makes it easier. That's all good.
I look forward to your debate with Shill Jump, or what's his name?
T jump.
Shill Jump. Got it. Okay.
Oh my god. All right. Well, I guess I'll see you then. And thanks to everybody for tuning in to the show. Hope you enjoyed it.
Bonne soirée à tous.
Bonne soirée. À la prochaine.
Et ne résistez pas le flow. Au revoir.